Good afternoon. This is a live broadcast of the Senate proceedings on this 30th day of November 2022. This broadcast is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in conjunction with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. This afternoon, the Senator for West Pokot County, Senator Reverend Julius Murgod, will make a statement on the importance of establishing women self-help groups, especially in conflict-prone areas. The Senator for Samburu County, Senator Dr. Lelegwe Ntumbesi, will make a statement concerning the status of implementation of the LAPSET project in Samburu County. The Senator for Taita Taveta County, Senator James Maruma, will seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations regarding the county boundary cut line between Taita Taveta County and the neighboring counties. The Senator for Taita Taveta County will also seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources concerning acquisition of land belonging to residents of Ikanga area in Bololo Ward of Voi Sub-County in Taita Taveta County by the Kenya Airports Authority. Senator wa kaunti ya Mombasa, Senator Mohamed Faki, ataomba kauli kutoka kwa kamati ya kudumu ya barabara, uchukuzi na makao kuhusu ujenzi wa barabara ya Makupa eneo la Kibarani, kaunti ya Mombasa. Nominated Senator Shakil Abdallah will seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Roads, Transportation and Housing concerning delay in compensation by the Kenya Ports Authority to fishermen in Lamu County affected by the LAPSET corridor project. And finally, the Senator for Marsabit County, Senator Mohamed Chute, will seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Information, Communication and Technology regarding alleged discrimination by the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation's decision to cease radio broadcasting in Rendile, Burji, and Borana languages. Those statements will be sought and issued this afternoon pursuant to Standing Orders 52-1 and Standing Order 53-1. The Senator for Homa Bay County, Senator Moses Kajwang, will move a motion regarding the integration of climate education into national education curriculum, that the Senate calls upon the Minister of Education in liaison with the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development to mainstream climate change education throughout formal education systems through integrating climate education in the school curriculum to creatively prepare children and young people for a rapidly changing, uncertain, risky, and possibly dangerous future, and train and equip teachers and school administrators with the necessary information and skills to teach climate education and explore new approaches to learning that can contribute to the transformation of unsustainable climate systems, values, and routines. That motion will be moved by the Senator for Homa Bay County, Senator Moses Kajwang, this afternoon. The Senator James Lomenen Ekomwa, the Senator for Turkana County, will move a motion on drought and hunger mitigation in Turkana County, that the Senate urges the Ministries of Agriculture and Livestock Development, Water, Sanitation and Irrigation, Education, and the Ministry of East African Community, the ASALs, and Regional Development through the National Drought Management Authority to come up with a policy framework to address the perennial drought in Turkana County and to come up with policy programs addressing the current needs of the county, to include a rollout of a rapid response initiative program of providing foodstuffs to the affected residents of the county to address immediate critical needs, and also drill water boreholes and an institution of a livestock offtake program to buy weak livestock. That motion will be moved by the Senator for Turkana County, Senator James Lomenen. This afternoon as well, the Senator Wahome Wamatinga will move a motion on enhancing highway safety and convenience, that the Senate resolves that the Ministry of Roads, Transport and Public Works, Health, the Kenya National Highways Authority, and the National Transport and Safety Authority to come up with a policy framework to include the incorporation of road reserves for roadside amenities in all highway designs, and undertake a survey to ascertain the specific amenities required but not available on the existing highways and the most convenient locations to develop them. If you're just joining us, the business of the Senate is about to begin now. I will hand you over for the live broadcast.
Tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, twakusihi ututazame kwa neema nyingi na baraka sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita kwa nyadhifa za uongozi katika jamhuri hii yetu. Twakuomba utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amina. Clerk, kindly confirm whether you have a quorum to transact business. Kindly ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes.
Courtesy of the standing orders, the presiding speaker has ordered the quorum bell to be rung for 10 minutes so that the House can achieve the requisite number needed to begin business this afternoon. The Speaker of the Senate will give a message from the National Assembly on the establishment of an ad hoc committee on a legislative proposal to amend the Constitution to entrench certain specialized funds. And the Speaker will also present to the Senate a petition by residents of Kawino North, location in Kisumu County, concerning the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission graft investigation of West Kano irrigation scheme. The Senate Majority Leader and the Chairperson Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations will lay on the table of the Senate various papers. The report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of Municipality of Lamu for the year ended 30th June 2019. 2, the report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of Municipality of Lamu for the year ended 30th June 2020. 3, the report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of Kakamega County Water and Sanitation Company Limited for the year ended 30th June 2021. And 4, the report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of Bungoma County Assembly Car Loan and Mortgage Scheme Fund for the year ended 30th June 2021. 5, the report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of Bungoma County Persons with Disability Empowerment Fund for the year ended 30th June 2021. Those papers will be laid on the table of the Senate by the Majority Leader. And the Chairperson Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations will lay on the table of the Senate the report of the Standing Committee on a statement sought by Senator Enoch Wambua on the heightened insecurity in Mother Ward, Kitui County. There are notices of motion which will be given this afternoon, one by the Senator Mohammed Chute, the Senator for Marsabit County. It's on the incessant high electricity cost in Kenya. The Senator is concerned that private power generating companies, popularly referred to as independent power producers, only supply 28% of power to KPLC, but account for 47% of power purchase costs, calling for the need to enhance energy management in Kenya. That the Senate resolves that the Standing Committee on Energy to undertake an inquiry into contracts signed by the IPPs detailing the cost, capacity, and duration of the contractual agreements and the implications on affordability of electricity in the country. And also, the Senate resolves that the discrepancy in the cost of electricity sold to Kenya Power by KenGen, imports from Ethiopia and IPPs, and the diversion of the electricity generated by the Lake Turkana wind power to the national grid, noting that Marsabit and Samburu counties are inadequately supplied. And also that the Ministry of Energy come up with a policy framework aimed at lowering the cost of electricity as a way of addressing the high cost of living and enhancing clean energy by switching to renewable sources of energy such as geothermal power, wind energy, among others, as a way of reducing the carbon footprint. The other notice of motion which will be given this afternoon is by the Chairperson, Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations, and it's on the adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on a statement sought by Senator Enoch Wambua on the heightened insecurity in Mother Ward, Kitui County. We're still waiting for the House to quorate, and we are taking a look at the order of business this afternoon, what the senators will be discussing during the duration that the House will be sitting on this 30th day of November 2022. A quick recap: the Senator for Homa Bay County, Senator Moses Kajwang, will move a motion on integration of climate education into national education curriculum. The Senator James Lomenen Ekomwa will move a motion on drought and hunger mitigation in Turkana County. The Senator Wahome Wamatinga will move a motion on enhancing highway safety and convenience. Those are the motions which will be moved in the Senate this afternoon. As well, there are statements which will be issued and others will be sought courtesy of the senators for Taita Taveta County, Jonas Maruma, who will be seeking two statements. The senator for Mombasa County, Senator Mohamed Faki, will be seeking one statement. Nominated Senator Shakil Abdallah will be seeking one statement. The senator for Marsabit County, Senator Mohamed Chute, will also be seeking a statement from the Standing Committee on Information, Communication and Technology regarding the alleged discrimination by the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation's decision to cease radio broadcasting in Rendile, Burji and Borana languages. The senator for West Pokot, Senator Reverend Julius Murgor, will make a statement on the importance of establishing women's self-help groups, especially in conflict-prone areas. The Senator for Samburu County, Senator Dr. Lelegwel Tumbesi, will make a statement concerning the status of the implementation of the LAPSET project in Samburu County.
Okay, we have ascertained that we have quorum now. So let's proceed to the next order.
Order number 1, administration of oath.
Next order.
Order number 2, communication from the chair.
This one. Okay. Honorable Senators have a communication to make on the invitation to 16 days of activism 2022 on December 1st, 2022. Honorable Senators, my office is in receipt of an invitation to the 16 days of activism 2022 on December 1, 2022 from the United Nations Entity for Gender Equality and the Empowerment of Women, UN Women, and the Kenya Women Parliamentary Association, KEWAPA. Honorable Senators, this is an annual global campaign that provides a platform to mobilize different actors in prevention and response to gender-based violence against women and girls. Every year, the campaign commences on 25th November, which is the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, and ends on 10th December, which is the International Human Rights Day. Honorable Senators, this year's event will be held on Thursday, 1st December 2022 at the Parliament grounds and will run from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. This is therefore to invite all senators to attend this important event in the calendar of the Kenya Women Parliamentary Association, KEWAPA, as we collectively take stock of the progress and challenges faced in the elimination of gender-based violence against women and girls. I thank you. Next order. Point on order from the communication that I've made, or on different matter. What is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, I rise on standing order number 1. Mr. Speaker, under standing order number 1, nowhere in this booklet of our standing order is it stipulated that a speaker or a person sitting in the chair of the speaker can suspend a standing order. It's not provided anywhere. Mr. Speaker, it is not provided anywhere that you can suspend. Mr. Speaker, I therefore rise on the fact that nowhere it is stated that a speaker can suspend a standing order to invite you, Mr. Speaker, to suspend. Mr. Speaker, this difficult provision that requires, only for tomorrow, that requires that we have 15 members before we commence. Mr. Speaker, you have the power. 1 allows you to rise to my invitation, and 1 further confirms to you that this is not provided for. So you'll be doing something that is not provided for. I therefore, Mr. Speaker, beg you tomorrow, the trouble, the whip of the minority, and I have gone through with my able deputy, to get these 15 senators has been unbelievable. Could you save us that trouble, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Senator Chalage.
Mr. Speaker, so that you rule on this matter once and for all, on the issue of the quorum as per standing order 39 and 40. Mr. Speaker, we have to appreciate that you are the senator of Meru County, and you sit here as such, and you are also the deputy speaker of this Senate Republic of Kenya. We need your ruling and guidance that when you are sitting there, and we have 14 senators, should we include you as the 15th senator to give the quorum? So it is important, Speaker, as you rule tomorrow, give us a concise and precise and comprehensive ruling so that in future, because we have a number of speakers panel, I can see my brother Senator Haji is in the house, he's a member of speakers panel, and a number of our colleagues are in speakers panel. If they sit as the temporary speakers or the speakers that preside the session, Mr. Speaker, and we have 14 senators, and they are sitting on the seat the way you are as a senator of Meru, where do we draw the line? So kindly, Mr. Speaker, give us a ruling so that in future when you are sitting there, we count you as the senator of Meru. Because, Mr. Speaker, when we are voting, and I remember when the chairpersons during the committee of the whole, and even when they are presiding sessions, Mr. Speaker, they always participate in the voting, despite that you are the deputy speaker or you are the chairperson of that committee of the whole or in the speakers panel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, yes, Senator for Nairobi, Edwin Sifuna.
Mr. Speaker, I am a bit surprised that very senior members of this House are making what I consider extremely ludicrous proposals to you, Mr. Speaker. I think what they are inviting you to be, Mr. Speaker, is somebody who's breaking the rules of this House, somebody who's a power unto yourself. Mr. Speaker, understanding Order 267, there is a procedure for amendment of these standing orders. In fact, we have had this debate, including when we had our retreat in Mombasa, when I was talking about the running order of how the order paper looks like, Mr. Speaker. And I think it was even Senator Khalwale who was inviting me to go through this procedure to amend our standing orders so that we can have these motions coming before statements, Mr. Speaker. Number two, Mr. Speaker, as I understand the Commonwealth, when you are seated in that chair, you are an ex-officio member of this House. It is not possible, Mr. Speaker, for you to participate in debate when you are sitting on the chair. These are basic civic education matters that we should not be discussing here. I'm just happy we don't have primary school students in the gallery, because they would be embarrassed that very senior leaders in this country do not understand basic civics. That when you are seated there, Mr. Speaker, you are an ex-officio member of the House. And that is why, if you want to contribute, you must come down to us ordinary mortals so that you can be able to speak as a senator of Meru. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to caution you. Please don't fall into the trap that Senator Khalwale is setting for you. Mr. Speaker, you will be the first person. I'm on a point of order.
Don't mind questioning the chair, because it's a very simple matter. I want to give now.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let me hear the minority whip. You know, this issue was initiated by the majority whip. Let us now hear. There's a point of order also from the minority whip. Senator Nduro.
I'm on the floor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think, Mr. Speaker, I agree with the Senator for Nairobi on certain requests that are made by Senator Cherargei and also Senator Boni Khalwale. And to add on that, Senator Boni Khalwale was a member of this House 2013 up to 2017. We had a similar situation where quorum was a big problem. And we agreed that we should remove or amend that particular provision, which actually posed a lot of challenge then. So, and I think the best cure for this is for us to agree to remove that particular provision. There is no shortcut to that. I thank you.
Senator William Cheptumo, Chair Security.
Mr. Speaker, the senator for Nairobi cannot say that he's cautioning you or warning you. I think from where he sits, Mr. Speaker, he actually gives his considered opinion, but not to warn you. But Mr. Speaker, this is a house of procedure. It is a house of record. This is the fourth Senate. We've had speakers and deputy speakers, Mr. Speaker, sitting where you sit. The point of order by the ranking member that you suspend that provision tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, it is my considered view that the problem is not you. The problem is the standing orders that we have. Very clear, very explicit, and then the exit in that situation is to amend the standing orders. Mr. Speaker, if you suspend that situation tomorrow, what will you do with Standing Order 209 of the Standing Order of this House, where even the committees of this House, Mr. Speaker, will be suspended if the quorum of the committee is not achieved? So, Mr. Speaker, I think it is just fair that members of this House, unless unable to attend, will really be available to deal matters of this House. So, Mr. Speaker, as you consider that point of order by Honorable Kalwale, I think it's important for you to consider our record as a House. Has this been done before? Mr. Speaker, if it has not been done before, then the wisdom that will prevail is you should not be the first one to do it. So that, Mr. Speaker, we should be able to amend these standing orders, and I'm happy Senator Dole has told us there was a situation like this before. And I think the best way is to amend our constitution. Of course, I know, Mr. Speaker, why Honorable Kalwale is raising this issue. Because yesterday we never sat because of the situation, and he's the chief whip. So, Mr. Speaker, that is really I want you to be guided by what has been done before in this House when this situation arose.
Senator Gloria Roba.
I need the mic. Mr. Speaker, I think one of the things that we are suffering in this House is that while we have standing orders that are supposed to guide us, I think it is the same Senate machinery or procedures that has actually approved the travel of literally 90% of the members. So, you know, the same Senate machinery has approved all the members to go for games in Juba. And then we are forced, because as we sit here, I was trying to think who is in Nairobi that is not in the House, and I cannot point a finger. Everyone who's not in the House at this point, other than Miraj, who actually had a delay in flight coming from Mombasa, everyone else is actually in Juba. So even if you are to fault the whip, to say that the whip is not doing their work, they cannot whip any further. This is it. Everyone who's in Nairobi is actually in the House. So therefore, while we are looking at the standing orders, at the end of the day, you can be having standing orders that are supposed to guide us, but the same people who are also operating within the Senate, and I say this with all due respect, are also not considering that, you know, you must have quorum. So I think in future, while it is important and imperative for everybody to travel and participate in other things, we should also understand that the House must have, the proceedings must go on. So, for some of us who did not go to Juba yet, we are very active. We came running, by the way. We want to continue. We don't want to be in Nairobi and be told that the quorum has not been met. Like yesterday, it was very sad that we came ready to debate and represent our people and push, the agenda and table our legislative ideas. But then we were told that because of the quorum, we are unable to proceed. So it is very unfair for us who are actually trying to make the quorum. So maybe let us see the balance of that. Thank you.
Senator Deputy Majority Whip, Senator Regwe Steve.
Thank
And
you,
that
Mr.
is the
Speaker.
last one on this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rose on this order that was raised by Senator Charagay as to whether you will be counted on the quorum issue and even voting. As you are aware, Honorable Speaker, most of the time when we do voting and we need delegations, it has always been a rule or a precedence of this House that the Speaker normally votes and adds to the quorum. And why not in the question of the quorum on the topic that we are discussing right now? So as you make your ruling, kindly tell us why the Speaker normally votes as a delegation to achieve a quorum, and why not at this topic we are discussing now. Thank you.
I know the list, Senator Mohammed Abdallah, Shakila.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't have much to say. I think we have all learned from the mistakes, and a lot has been mentioned. I want to urge the members available here to ensure and commit themselves to be tomorrow so that we finalize the day and we make the quorum. That's my contribution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thought Senator Redegu is waiting for my ruling, because we have raised a matter. Okay, honorable senators, this is a straightforward matter. And I wish it was moved by a different member, not the majority whip. Because my question as a chair here, I will ask him, where are your members? Because you have a responsibility to give us quorum. I don't know whether you are part of the Senate machinery that Senator Roba talked about, but honestly, members, honorable senators, the standing orders are not property of the Speaker or the Chair. It is a property of the Senate. This House we are members of. And you have all the freedom to change any time. You can change even to have 2 members, 1 member. You remove the members, the quorum altogether. But where I see it, I cannot suspend a standing order so that we can sit tomorrow. So, Senator Karwale, the majority whip, tomorrow we are really looking upon you to bring all that, I think, how many members of this side, and then also the minority whip, to bring to the House these other members on the other side, so that we transact business. Whether while seated here as a chair, I shouldn't be part of the quorum, I think I should not be part of the quorum. I can also not participate in any debate. Sometimes when I'm seated here, there are very sweet emotions which are canvassed here. Sometimes even I forget, like I should even represent the people of Meru County. But I'm tired. I cannot debate from my seat. So when I'm sitting here, I cannot be part of the quorum. The same way when all these other speakers, panelists are chairing. Once you are here, you cannot be part of the quorum. But once there's somebody else here, like now from 4:30, Senator Haji won't be here. I can sit here and debate and give quorum and participate as a member for Meru County. It is, that matter is ruined now. We go to the next one. And if it is on a different matter, Senator Chalge, let us get to that matter then, as we move on. Next order.
Order number 3, messages.
Honorable Senators, I have a message from the National Assembly, which is the establishment of another committee on a legislative proposal to amend the Constitution to entrench certain specialized funds. Honorable Senators, I wish to report to the Senate that pursuant to Standing Order 46, 3, and 4, I have received a message from the Speaker of the National Assembly regarding the establishment of another committee on a legislative proposal to amend the Constitution to entrench certain specialized funds. Pursuant to the Standing Order 1, pursuant to the same Standing Order, I now report the message. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 41 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby convey a message from the National Assembly on its passage of the following resolution during its sitting of Thursday, November 24, 2022. That acknowledging that Article 256 of the Constitution provides for the process of amending the Constitution by parliamentary initiative. Further acknowledging that Standing Order 114.7a of the National Assembly Standing Orders provides for the process of introducing legislative proposals in respect of propositions amending the Constitution. Noting the general debate in the House on the legislative proposal to amend the Constitution to entrench the National Government Constituencies Development Fund, the National Government Affirmative Action Fund, the Senate Oversight Fund, and the Economic Stimulus and Empowerment Fund in the Constitution. Cognizant of the comments and views of honorable members during the general debate on the legislative proposal, recognizing the need for a bicameral approach on the proposal prior to publication of the relevant bill, acknowledging that the subject matter of the legislative proposal cuts across the mandate of more than one committee of the House. Now, therefore, in furtherance of the provisions of Article 256 of the Constitution, amendment by parliamentary initiative, and recognizing the need for a bicameral approach on the proposal prior to publication of the relevant bill, the National Assembly Bill on Thursday, 24th November 2022 resolved. I will allow Senator Nduro to have a seat. This is a long statement. I will repeat. Now, therefore, in furtherance of the provisions of Article 256 of the Constitution, amendment by parliamentary initiative, and recognizing the need for a bicameral approach on the proposal prior to publication of relevant bill, the National Assembly on Thursday, 24th November 2022, resolved as follows. Number 1, to establish a joint parliamentary ad hoc committee on a proposal to amend the Constitution to entrench certain specialized funds comprising 11 members from each of the House of Parliament, to A, facilitate collation of the views from the comments by members of Parliament during the general debate on the proposal, and invite members with similar or related proposals to make submissions before the committee. And B, invite, engage with, and consider submissions from stakeholders and relevant constitutional and statutory bodies with a law reform mandate, including the Attorney General, and the commissions and independent offices established under Chapter 15 of the Constitution. C, in consultation with the sponsors, attempt to develop and recommend a harmonized version of the proposal arising from the submissions received. And D, report to the Houses of Parliament within 90 days to enable the speakers to make a decision and give direction on whether or not the legislative proposal is to be published into a bill or not to be proceeded with. And resolution number 2 is that the offices of the clerks of the Houses of Parliament provide secretariat services to the Joint Parliamentary Ad Hoc Committee in accordance with the standing orders. And resolution number 3, that the following 11 members to represent the National Assembly in the Joint Committee. Number 1, the Honorable Samuel Kiprono Chepkonga, MP, who is the co-chairperson. Number 2, the Honorable Rebecca Tonkei, MP. 3, the Honorable Ekikomas Mwengi Mutuse, MP. Number 4, the Honorable Akiri Endo and Mureu, MP. 5, the Honorable Catherine Nanjara Wambirianga, MP. 6, the Honorable Timothy Kipchumba Toroitich, MP. 7, the Honorable John Bandi, EGH, MP. 8, the Honorable Dr. Otiende Amoro, MP. 9, the Honorable Yusuf Hassan, MP. 10, the Honorable Zamza Mohamed, MP. 11, the Honorable Beatrice Rachi, MP. 12, the Honorable Gishimo Githinji, MP, who has been co-opted, and the Honorable Stephen Mure, MP, who is also co-opted. To request the Senate to appoint, and resolution number 4 is to request the Senate to appoint a similar number of members to represent the Senate in the Ad Hoc Committee. Now, therefore, in accordance with the same provisions of the standing orders, I hereby convey the aforementioned resolution of the National Assembly to engage the legislative proposal. Honorable Senators, I therefore direct that the Senate Majority Leader and the Senate Minority Leader nominate senators to serve in the Ad Hoc Committee by close of business today. I further direct that once the names of the nominees are received, that the clerk reads the motion for approval in the order paper before the Senate adjourns for the recess. I thank you. Next order.
Order number 4, petitions.
Honorable Senators, I've received a petition to the Senate concerning EACC draft investigation of West Kano irrigation scheme. Honorable Senators, I hereby report to the Senate that the petition has been submitted through the clerk by Patrick Ochieng Ondindo and to the residents of Kawino, North location in Kisumu County, concerning the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission draft investigation of West Kano irrigation scheme. As you are aware, under Article 119(1) of the Constitution, and I quote, every person has a right to petition Parliament to consider any matter within its authority, including enacting, amending, or repealing any legislation. Honorable Senators, the salient issues listed in the same petition are as follows. 1, that the West Kano irrigation scheme revolving fund dates from 2009 to 2015, and that in August 2015, a report was made to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, EACC, on the West Kano irrigation scheme revolving fund graft involving the government rehabilitation funds, economic stimulus program funds, and the farmers' own saving funds encompassing irrigation, farm machineries, accessories, and West Kano irrigation rice sales. And number 2, that the graft involves misappropriation of 13 tractors, and accessories granted by the government of Kenya in conjunction with the government of Japan. And 3, that upon receipt of the report, an investigation was launched by the EACC Western Region Office in Kisumu. And 4, that there is a delay in the investigation of misappropriation of funds by the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission Region Office, which resulted in the culprits going scot-free, and it remains an injustice to the local residents. And 5, that the petitioners have made all efforts to have this matter investigated and resolved, including reporting it to the Commission on Administrative Justice, whose response has not been satisfactory. The petitioners therefore pray that the Senate investigates these issues, among others, instituting a forensic audit of the scheme to ensure that justice is served and culprits are held liable. Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order 237, I shall now allow comments, observations, or clarifications in relation to the petition for not more than, I will not specify the time. I will allow few comments, observations, or clarifications. Senator Samson Chelage, as usual, number 1.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. I want to congratulate the residents of Kowino, North location in Kisumu County, for having faith in the Senate to be able to address this issue of EACC graft investigation. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the Constitution, the EACC has been given an enormous task, of course, stemming out from the Chapter 6 on leadership and integrity and the subsequent acts that has been passed by Parliament, Mr. Speaker. The sad reality is that EACC nowadays, Mr. Speaker, instead of investigating corruption, arresting perpetrators, Mr. Speaker, as was this in the case, they are nowadays accomplices and partners in crime, Mr. Speaker. We have so many issues in this country, including even our counties. Mr. Speaker, our counties are now the bastions of corruption, simply because EACC nowadays, they do a swoop, they splash headlines in the newspapers, media houses, but 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, many years from, this is from 2009, Mr. Speaker, it is sad. Where is justice on this, Mr. Speaker? And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I think EACC, Mr. Speaker, and I remember in the last session, when EACC appeared before our committee of JLAC in the last session, the only conviction they brought to this house then was a conviction of 20,000 bribery. The report that they submitted to the Senate, and it's unanswered, Mr. Speaker. Yet billions and millions of Kenya's money continues to be plundered, laundered, Mr. Speaker, and being stolen, yet EACC just sits back, does not do anything, Mr. Speaker. And I think if the allegations that have been raised by these petitioners is anything to go through for or to be believed, then EACC, Mr. Speaker, has turned itself into the perpetrators of corruption in this republic, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, second and finally, Mr. Speaker, is this, the issue we say justice delayed is justice denied. If these investigations was done in time, and you know, Mr. Speaker, sometimes you see a swoop in some of the agencies, be it county governments. It looks like there are some officers within EACC, allegedly, Mr. Speaker, who collude with some of these senior county officials, Mr. Speaker, where they do a fake raid, they inform the governor, you are told the investigations, and then that thing just disappears. You never seen in courts of law, Mr. Speaker, you never, any matter is appeared, Mr. Speaker. So EACC must up its game. They have failed this nation. We have given them enough resources, but they cannot even convict a chicken thief, Mr. Speaker, in this country, because of course of the obvious reasons. So EACC should stop going and eating with the thieves. That's what is happening in this country. Mr. Speaker, and therefore, They must be called to order. They must investigate. The other day, Mr. Speaker, you had the CEO. He called media and said, Mr. Speaker, we are going to arrest 5 governors who have been accused with corruption. Up to now, nothing, Mr. Speaker. So I think, I hope the committee will handle this matter expeditiously. These residents of Kowino North location, Kisumu County, have really waited for their justice, Mr. Speaker, and of course, when the resolutions come back to the House, we expect the committee to give us weighty and proper resolutions, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Okay. Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order 2381, the petition is hereby committed to the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries for its consideration. In terms of Standing Order 2382, the committee is required in not more than 60 calendar days from the time of reading the prayer to respond to the petitioner's body of a report and addressed to the petitioner and laid on the table of the Senate. I thank you. Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Majority Linda. Okay. Deputy Majority, we proceed.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the Senate. Today, 30th November 2022, the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of 1. Municipality of Lamu for the year ended 30th June 2019, Municipality of Lamu for the year ended 30th June 2020, Kakamega County Water and Sanitation Company Limited for the year ended 30th June 2021, Bungoma County Assembly Car Loan and Mortgage Scheme Fund for the year ended 30th June 2021, and Bungoma County Pensions with Disability Empowerment, Persons with Disability Empowerment Fund for the year ended 30th June 2021. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
What is your point of order, Senator Chelagay?
Some of us are struggling to listen to what the majority will be saying. But there are some funny noise that is coming outside the chamber. Can you direct the clerk to ensure that these funny noises that are penetrating into the chamber does not affect the studious silence and the keen listening of the members?
Everybody is hearing you. Where is the noise from? I can't hear
Mr.
the voice.
Like a few minutes ago. So my worry is that it might come back, Mr. Speaker. So you could direct the Sergeant at Arms to check out what is happening, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. You have another paper by the Chairperson, Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, 30th of November 2022. Report of the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations on a statement sought by Senator Enoch Wambua, MP, on the heightened insecurity in Mutha Ward, Kitui County. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Senator Mwambe Nchute.
Notice of motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes. This is a notice of motion incessant high electricity cost in Kenya. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give a notice of the following motion. That aware that energy is an essential factor of production and its total consumption is a major determinant of performance of the economy, which is its cost and reliability, spurring or stifling economic growth. Further aware that there has been a significant growth in the demand for electricity in Kenya, driven by economic growth. Increased effort towards rural electrification and reinforcement of the transmission and distribution grids, while the supply has been constrained majorly due to over-reliance on hydroelectric power generating plants that have been negatively impacted by perennial drought experienced in the country. Mr. Speaker, noting that imbalance in demand and supply of power coupled with payments by Kenya Power and Lighting Company for produced power, not consumed power. Produced power, not consumed power. And fluctuation in the foreign exchange rates contribute to the high cost of electricity. Appreciating that Kenya has made strides in diversifying its power sources with geothermal plants, offering tremendous potential for zero carbon source of power, already producing nearly 1 gigawatt of power. Concerned that private power generating companies, popularly referred to as independent power producers, only supply 28% of power to Kenya Power Lighting Company, but accounts for 47% of power purchase cost, calling for the need to enhance energy management in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, you've seen 28% of power supply is IPPs, but they are consuming cost-wise 47%. Now, therefore, Mr. Speaker, my apologies.
You get the opportunity to discuss the motion.
Thank you.
When we'll be moving it, so just give notice. In as it is, and then you will be getting some enough time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minutes.
Now, therefore, the Senate resolves that the Standing Committee on Energy to undertake an inquiry into contracts signed by IPPs detailing the cost, capacity, and duration of the contractual agreements and the implications on affordability of electricity in the country. Discrepancy in the cost of electricity sold to Kenya Power by KenGen, imports from Ethiopia, and IPPs, and the diversion of the electricity generated by Lake Turkana wind power to the national grid, noting that Marsabit and Samburu counties are inadequately supplied. The Ministry of Energy to come up with a policy framework aimed at lowering the cost of electricity as a way of addressing the high cost of living and enhancing clean energy by switching to renewable sources of energy such as geothermal, wind energy, among others, as a way of reducing the carbon footprints. Senator Mohamed Chute, Marsabit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Chute. There's another notice of motion by the Chairperson Standing Committee on National Security.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion. That the Senate adopts the report of the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations on a statement sought by Senator Enoch Wambua, MP, on the heightened security in Mathu Mutha Ward, Kitui County, laid on the table of the Senate today, Wednesday, 30th of November, 2022. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 7, statements.
We have several statements. Let us get the first one from Senator for West Pokot, Senator Reverend Julius Mulgo. You want a statement, Senator Mulgo? Okay. Approach the table and be assistant. Let's go to Senator Lelegwe Letumbesi, Professor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 52-1 to make a statement on a matter of county-wide concern on the status of the implementation of the Lamu Port South Sudan Ethiopia Transport Corridor LAPSET project in Samburu County. Mr. Speaker, sir, the LAPSET project was launched in 2012 by the late President Mwai Kibaki. It is one of the projects under the Presidential Infrastructure Championship Initiatives, PICI, in the African Union. It's also a program for the infrastructure development in Africa, PIDA, a strategic continental initiative which has the support of the African countries for mobilizing resources to transform Africa through modern infrastructure. Consequently, it's championed by the respective African heads of state and government where the project transverses through. Mr. Speaker, sir, this mega project consists of 7 key infrastructure projects starting with a new 32-berth port at Lamu, Kenya, interregional highways from Lamu to Isiolo, Isiolo to Juba, that is South Sudan, Isiolo to Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, and Lamu to Garsen, Kenya, a crude oil pipeline from Lamu to Isiolo, Isiolo to Juba, product oil pipeline from Lamu to Isiolo, Isiolo to Addis Ababa, interregional standard gauge railway lines from Lamu to Isiolo, Isiolo to Juba, Isiolo to Addis Ababa, and Nairobi to Isiolo. 3 international airports, 1 each at Lamu, Isiolo, and Turkana. 3 resort cities, 1 each at Lamu, Isiolo, and Lake Turkana, and the multipurpose high Grand Falls Dam along the Tana River. Through the project seeks to enhance its position as a gateway and a transport hub to the East African sub-region and the broader East Africa, Great Lakes region, reduce reliance on the Northern Corridor, and to open up Northern Kenya that has historically been marginalized. Mr. Speaker, sir, the project, however, has not been fully operationalized in Samburu County. 10 years later, residents are yet to be fully compensated for ceding their land for the project. Consequently, an interrogation of the implementation status of this project needs to be done by this House. As such, Mr. Speaker, I request that pursuant to Standing Order 52.3, this matter be referred to the Standing Committee on Roads, Transportation and Housing. 2, 1, establish whether Public participation was undertaken in the host counties where the project will transfers, making specific focus on communities in Samburu County. 2, give reasons why the Lapsset Corridor Development Authority does not have a regional office in Samburu County, despite the county being the second longest host of the corridor project with 208 kilometers. 3, state the skills, set and type of work the current workers as engaged in the outlining skills gaps available at the headquarters and field officers that can be filled by each host county. 4, give reasons why the host counties where the project transfers through are not represented in the board of the Lapsset Corridor Project Development Authority. 5, state the number and the nature of corporate social responsibility, CSR activities being implemented by the authority in Samburu County, and explain why CSR activities such as the Presidential Scholarship Program in Lamu County are not being replicated in other corridor counties hosting the project. 6, state the plans, if any, to ensure Samburu County benefits from leasing arrangements between the Lapsset Corridor Development Authority and various investors, including the Lokichar to Lamu crude oil export pipeline project. And 7, appraise the Senate on the status of compensation of persons affected by the acquisition of land for the development of the project in counties the project transfers, stating measures the Ministry of Roads and Transport has put in place to ensure prompt compensation as per the governing such acquisitions. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Let's go back to Senator Mulgo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to, pursuant to Standing Order 52.1, to make a statement on an issue that is of general topical concern and national importance, namely importance of establishing a women's self-help groups. Mr. Speaker, throughout history, women have been faced intense discrimination, and in several societies, women have long been viewed as lesser beings. The adoption of self-help group as a strategy to empower women originated from India and later extended to almost the whole world. Women groups are voluntarily associations for poor people who join efforts, ideas, and resources together for the purposes of addressing issues such as importance of agriculture and food security, eliminating poverty, enhancing health care facilities, and educating women. In Kenya, the self-help groups have been introduced by organizations like Kitui Development Center, Self-Help Africa, among others. Kenya has been at the forefront in advocating for formations of women groups to foster women empowerment legally, socially, and economically. Self-help groups are viewed as ventures for social networking, capacity building, knowledge and skill development, as well as economic empowerment. They have led to a new wave of women who have defied all odds and have risen and are contributing generally to the society. Mr. Speaker, a women's self-help group known as ANET, was established by a women group of West Pokot and Elgeyo Marakwet along the border with the operations of group in Chesegon and Liter areas respectively. Through the self-help group, the women from West Pokot and Elgeyo Marakwet have changed living standards for themselves, close family members, and their communities at large. For instance, they managed to purchase a tractor from funds collected through their savings and contributions from individual members. The tractor has allowed the group to work, move at high speed while maintaining quality performance, which in turn has led to a boost in their farming activities. Mr. Speaker, since the self-help group is from women across the border, this has enabled them to enhance peace between the two communities, encourage each other to educate their children, help each other financially, and engage constructively in the general development of their counties. Mr. Speaker, sir, I urge other regions which border conflict issues to emulate the initiatives of self-help groups like ANET in embracing productive activities in order to coexist with one another and promote peace amongst communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I will allow a few comments for the two statements. Yes, Senator Ndulo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank Senator Lelegwe. I just wanted to add something onto a statement that he has just made on Lapset Corridor. Mr. Speaker, this project actually should have opened the northern part of this country, and a lot of money has gone into it. I believe there were several promises that were made at the beginning of this project, where the issue of scholarship that Senator Lelegwe has said had been promised to the communities. Our land is actually forcefully acquired by the government without compensation. We have tried as communities living along those corridors to try to ask NLC to tell us how communities were supposed to be compensated, but without any feedback from them. Mr. Speaker, this project is a white elephant, if I may say. And something needs to be done. And I wish Senator Lelegwe has come up with a motion to set up a special committee to investigate on this matter, because this is really very serious. A lot of money has gone into it. If you go to Lamu, there is a port, but is it really functioning? And yet the government has spent a lot of money. This is a very serious matter, and we need to investigate and get to the bottom of it. We want our land back if there is no development. We don't want false promises as far as this project is concerned. And again, Mr. Speaker, issues of compensation, especially on those who are living along that corridor, up to now, nothing has been done. The land is acquired. It should have even helped the issues of insecurity that we have in those areas. I believe the Committee of Roads, I think that is what Senator Lelegwe has asked, is going to thoroughly investigate on this matter and come with a solution as far as project is concerned. We had seen even the CEO yesterday, and he said he's actually unable to proceed because he doesn't have budget for it. It's really very sad. And this is a project, millions and billions of money has been invested by this country. So a thorough investigation should be carried out as far as this project is concerned. I thank you.
Thank you. Senator Abbas Sheikh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to contribute on the statements made by Senator Chute. Mr. Speaker, sorry.
It's okay. On both statements. You can make your comments on this
Yeah, I'm commenting on
statement by Senator Chute.
Yeah.
Proceed.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I think as the member Senator Mr. Chute said, actually electricity cost, power supply cost is very high in this country. Huh? Oh, yours is notice, sorry.
A statement
Oh,
by
sorry.
Senator Mulgo.
Oh, sorry, okay.
Senator Mulgo and Senator Lerengwe. Senator Boni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this chance. Mr. Speaker, this House, the House of Equity, must be very loud and very active on this economic crime. Mr. Speaker, the current development you see on the artery of transport that starts from the port of Mombasa all the way to Nairobi, eventually to the western part of the country and through to Uganda, that development is as a result of that artery. The insecurity, the high levels of illiteracy, the high poverty, and Mr. Speaker, focused mainly on the counties of Turkana, Garissa, Isiolo, Lamu, and Samburu, were going to be, and Marsabit, were going to be unlocked by this artery. We must make sure that the tomcats in Nairobi and treasury mandarins who have benefited from the billions that have been going into this project since the inception by President Mwai Kibaki are not only brought to book, but they should be pursued so that public funds should be recovered, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Member of Parliament, the distinguished senator is speaking to the issue of compensation. I had an opportunity to have a discussion with Senator Abdallah Shakila. We were discussing about the issue of compensation. But compensation what? You just want to throw tokens at people, Senator Dulo. The compensation that is done when our land and regions are touched is pegged on the fact that land adjudication has been done. So you can go and tell Mzee Sifuna that the road has passed and taken away probably so many acres of your land which you know. And then they calculate. So when they say they're going to compensate you and they start telling you, Senator Lengwe, that they are going to give you programs of educating children, they are playing around with the minds of the poor. We need to be told exactly how the compensation is going to be established, how it will be calculated, because there's never been any land adjudication in that place. Mr. Speaker, the issue of lapset, people seated in Nairobi, unfortunately even us included, when you want to think about it, you want to articulate it, you're quickly told that the president or somebody has launched the Lamu port. The Lamu port, even if all the 32 berths were functioning, Senator Shakila, that is not the project. It is just a tiny bit of the project. Imagine the highways, the super highways that were going to run all the way. How much they were going to turn the economy, how much they were going to solve unemployment, how much they were going to contribute towards fighting poverty, how much they were going to contribute towards answering the problem of insecurity in these areas. Mr. Speaker, this amounts to an economic crime. The people of these counties, actually, if they come to the other counties like like X county, X, let me say, for example, they come to Kiambu and they come to Kakamega, they'll be lost. They would not believe they're in Kenya. We got to stand out as a house of equity and push this agenda, do this motion. Even need be, we create a special ad hoc committee. We can even expand it, and we should, so that it's a joint committee that attracts membership from the two houses. We cannot allow our country to go to another 100 years when one part of the country is what we are seeing today. Mr. Speaker, I congratulate the Deputy Chief Whip and distinguished Senator of Samburu for these great thoughts.
Thank you, Majority Whip. Let the whole House benefit from your discussion with Senator Shakil Abdara.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Lamu Lapset was supposed to be in the Vision 2030. And by 2030, this Lapset is supposed to be operational. But the unfortunate thing up to now, it's only a few years to 2030. There are only 3 BATs which are operational, and they have spent 56 billion on that project so far. And Mr. Speaker, the same complaints and cries from other counties are the same ones which we are facing in Lamu County, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this project has never reached any other part of this country. It has started in Lamu. And yet in Lamu, we are the people who are on the ground and we are suffering. We are not benefiting even an inch of that project, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the project now is being manned or managed by KPA, whereby there are employees. Like the other time, they brought about 86 employees from KPA. And the only people they're taking from Lamu are the dockers. There are no management, and yet they're people who are educated with experience, but they are never given any opportunity, even in the management position in that Lapset project, Mr. Speaker. You go here to headquarters, and I don't understand why the Lapset headquarters is in Nairobi. And yet, there is a big building which was put in Lamu for the Lapset headquarters to be based in Lamu, or they should be based in Isiolo, but they are here in Nairobi. When you go and check that Lapset headquarters, Mr. Speaker, there's nobody from Isiolo, one maybe from Lamu, nobody from any other part of this country which are part of this corridor, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think it's high time. I agree with the members here. We need to join our forces and make sure we all benefit from this very project, Mr. Speaker. Our land has been taken. 28,000 hectares of land in Lamu has been taken by Lapset. They have subleased that land to Amu Power, Mr. Speaker, and none of the people have been compensated. Only about 300 people have been compensated, Mr. Speaker. It is unfortunate the National Land Commission, instead of tackling the historical injustice of land in the country, they are part of increasing that problems, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I agree with the members that we need to have a caucus which will actually articulate this issue of Lapset to ensure that it benefits everybody. Because even now, there's a ship taking animals to other countries like Saudi and Oman. We have pastoralists who are part of this corridor. Are they benefiting from that particular business? They have no clue even there's that business going on. So we need to have an inclusive people who are part of this project to see that they benefit equally. Because we as in Lamu, even the tender of supplying water or doing cleaning in the Lapset comes from KPA, Mr. Speaker. We know Lamu is a small port. It has to be assisted, but there has to be a timeline. KPA is going to be managing that Lapset for how long? For what time frame? So that the Lapset can stand on its own. And for only that to happen, they need to ensure they put the Lamu Port Board of Directors. We cannot be operating with KPA Board of Directors with no representation from any member from any corridor. So I think it is unfair what is going on. We need to review the whole thing and everybody should benefit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator William Cheptumo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is really a very serious matter. Mr. Speaker, when you talk of 56 billion already spent in this project, and none of the counties, Mr. Speaker, can testify of any meaningful development in their counties, Mr. Speaker, it is very sad. Mr. Speaker, this is a project that covers 9 counties: Lamu, Samburu, Isiolo, Turkana, Garissa, Laikipia, Baringo, Marsabit, and Meru. Mr. Speaker, I will make a radical proposal here that all these counties, 9 of them, have senators here representing. And I think, Mr. Speaker, it is important for these 9 senators of these 9 counties, Mr. Speaker, to rise up. Mr. Speaker, there is a tendency in the country, anything affecting the marginalized areas of this country don't receive attention from government. Mr. Speaker, when you talk of the drought currently going on in the country, these are the same counties, Mr. Speaker, which are affected. And all we do is to call for donor support from other countries, which is okay. But we don't think of a permanent solution. Mr. Speaker, the initial philosophy of this LAPSET Corridor Development Authority was actually to open up these areas so that, Mr. Speaker, we become part of Kenya. But look at what has happened, Mr. Speaker, 56 billion shillings gone. It has benefited a few, and that is why members, and I want to maybe inform my colleagues here, Abdallah, Lelengwe here, it is just because your value in this country is 0. That is why the board of directors of KPA continues to manage the same corridor which cuts through 9 counties. Mr. Speaker, the situation is even worse in Baringo because this pipe, the corridor covers the end of the county down. Mr. Speaker, should have come from Samburu and then go to a place called Loruk and then goes down Tiati and goes to Turkana. Mr. Speaker, I want to agree with members here that, Mr. Speaker, I think an ad hoc committee of this House and perhaps of the National Assembly should be formed. And I would want to appeal to my colleague here, Senator Samburu, that I think it is important, even after the 60 days, when this committee of transport brings the report, you move forward. And if you don't, I will be actually moving a motion in the House to form an ad hoc committee. Mr. Speaker, this is really what I would want to call marginalization. Mr. Speaker, when we had the post-election violence in 2007, billions of money was applied to resettle people. And it was a good idea. When there are floods in these areas, Mr. Speaker, no attention is given, no serious projection of government is taken into account. It is our time, members of these counties, Mr. Speaker, to come together. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to talk about the compensation. Mr. Speaker, I am a lawyer by profession. The process of compulsory acquisition of land is clear. You identify the land, you do the evaluation, you compulsory acquire, set the funds aside for compensation. Mr. Speaker, I'm very sure today if you go to Land Commission, there may be no single money set aside for the compensation of these people. Same attitude. They may not do much, they may not go anywhere. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to request the committee in charge of transport as they look into this particular motion, that they need to invite the Land Commission to appear before the committee and tell the committee the nature of compensation they are put in place. Honorable Kalwale said it rightly. There are no title deeds in these areas, Mr. Speaker. And I think it is important for them to tell us how then they were able to talk of compensation of people whose land has not been adjudicated and given titles. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it is this House represent the counties as a duty, and I want to thank my colleague, and we are going to stand together. Mr. Speaker, during the hearing, I will appear before this committee so that also I argue a case for my county, Baringo, so that we have this corridor, if developed, go through the appropriate areas which we feel will add value to our county. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator James Romenen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. I think dignified Senator for Samburu has really stated a problem that is faced by the named 9 counties. Mr. Speaker, as I represent Turkana County, I'm just hearing of lapset. And I hear saying Turkana is being among the counties that are supposed to benefit from lapset. I have not, as a representative of the people, I have not actually known who are these people who drive lapset. I have not seen them. I do not even know one of them. So, and because of that, and that is lack of participation or involvement of community to issues that are so critical and issues that affects them. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, to say this lapset, my perception, this lapset will delay. It will go nowhere. Because if you want to have a lapset from Turkana or Lokcher to Lamu, and these issues have not been handled in Lokcher, where will you get this product to carry? Where? For example, Mr. Speaker, the issue of compulsory land acquisition. We have just been hearing, and we have been waiting these people who want to acquire land in compulsory. We are waiting for them. I don't know, land is what they call land commission, National Land Commission. We are waiting for them to acquire the land they want, because this is a communal land. And with the Constitution the way it is, there is procedures in the Constitution how to acquire a land. But that step, not even one step in that process has been taken. So I wonder, where will they get land? Before even they get the mineral, we are talking about oil. We have never settled the issue of land, because this land is communally owned. The other thing, the way Senator Cheptumo has said, it is true. I think we have no even more than two title deeds at least 2 title deeds. We do not have it in Turkana County. So how do we process the issue of compensation? The land that is there is the grazing land. The land that we have there is the land that is for very important minerals that are there. So even before we talk about lapset, we have not handled issues that are so pertinent. How do this, where do you take the livestock? Where do we take the people who are living in that land? Where do we take them? Because they have stayed there for centuries. Where do we take them? Before we include them in the, before you tell them about lapset. So what we are saying, Mr. Speaker, we are still behind. I think there are people who are taking advantage of marginalized communities. Anytime they say marginalized, there are people who became themselves marginalized. They say they want to qualify as marginalized. Any issue that, for example, equalization fund, everybody want to qualify that he qualifies for equalization. For example, if there was money meant for HIV or people with disability, these other people will want also to qualify. Because it is just interest not being objective of the people, the issue, problems people are being facing. So, Mr. Speaker, finally, what I wanted to say, I want to tell my brother Samburu, Senator from Samburu, this issue is very serious. The way Mr. Senator Sheptuma said, we have to stand firm and make sure our people benefit, our people receive justice, our people get what they deserve. Because if we do not do that, Mr. Speaker, we will be at hell. We will be at hell. We will see no benefit from this lapset. And I agree with my sister, Dulo, because we expected the headquarters to be in Isiolo, Lamu, or maybe the Turkana where the oil begins. But it is contrary to that, it is a paradox. So that means, Speaker, this business is not for these counties. They should go for counties that are benefiting, not the counties that are mentioning. Because they mention and they don't benefit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We have almost exhausted our statement time. Maybe I give 1 minute each to the following 3 senators, starting with Senator Chute Mohammed, Senator Matinga, and Senator Murugo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would also want to thank Senator Legwe for this statement. It's a very, very important statement. Mr. Speaker, I'm in Roads Committee. What I've seen in Road Committee is something that I don't even know what to say. Today, if you invest in any business, you need to complete the business, whatever you are doing, as quickly as possible. This LAPSET project is supposed to help this country, both economically and also manpower. What I don't understand, Mr. Speaker, is how can a country invest billions of shillings and the project is not complete? And let me ask you, Mr. Speaker, we have a project that is supposed to support a country which has a population of over 100 million people. If this project was complete, we would have had vehicles coming all the way from Ethiopia to Lamu. We are supposed to get export material from Ethiopia passing through Lamu into many other countries. Because this project is not complete, we are losing a lot of money. And I want to agree with the Honorable Halwale. What he's saying was, we have a joint committee for both parliaments and see how far we can go on these things. This is a very, very serious matter, and we need to pursue this matter to the latter. Mr. Speaker, finally, to support Honorable Cheptumo, I think we need to invite Land Commission to come and explain to us what is going on between Lamu and all the way to Lake Turkana. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Your 1 minute, Senator Matinga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I also like to support not the 9 counties, but the Republic of Kenya, because development in any part of Kenya is development everywhere in Kenya. With the entry of President Mwai Kibaki came in the Vision 2030. The nation had envisaged a situation whereby we will not only be able to fulfill all the sustainable development goals, but where the country will be put on the roadmap where all the counties will develop equitably and equally. Mr. Speaker, sir, the complication of bureaucracies, corruption, and mismanagement of national resources has seen LAPSSET being hijacked. With the entry of the Jubilee government, we moved from the Vision 2030 to the Big Four agenda. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, sir, it is not new history that after a short time, we abandoned the Big Four agenda again for the BBI and the Lege. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is the high time that we, as a country, and I would join hands with the 9 senators to say that we need to move our country forward because we have a moral obligation, we have a duty to develop this country for ourselves, for our children, and for our great-grandchildren. This, Mr. Speaker, sir, will never be achieved unless we have a common strategy.
Give him 1 minute. That is very anticlimax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. That 1 minute is normally very, very short in this House, and I wish that hour would be also, the time they will also be used to calculate our monthly because that is very short. Mr. Speaker, also what I wanted to say is that we have an obligation to come together as a nation so that the marginalized counties, which also makes the biggest percentage of this country, will move forward as we also seek the regional integration of the Greater East African region, where we need to open up the other regions for the betterment of this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Last one, Senator Mulgo Julius.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to also add my voice to those of my colleagues. I thank you. I thank the giver of the notice, Senator Lelenkwe, for bringing up this notice. Mr. Speaker, it is almost a practice in this country that lands in marginalized areas and pastoralist areas are perceived to be free and free for all. In fact, you will find that when an idea comes and they know that a project will be in such an area, they allocate themselves those areas so that they have documentation and so that at the end of the day, they will benefit. And I'm talking about people probably in the ministries and so on. So they push away the locals and make themselves locals. And I have an experience of Takwell Dam, which Pokot were displaced and the area became a dam and no compensation. And so the people that ran the project become the beneficiaries, first of all, because it is they who know where the donor is coming from. And so it's a very bad practice because it leaves behind a disaster. Like for Pokot example, it left people landless. Up to today, they have no land anywhere, and left them poorer than before the project came. And so my urge is we should desist from this practice and habit, and I'm glad that there is a talk to the extent that maybe senators will join together along the corridors of this LAPSET so that they can salvage the situation. Thank you.
Honorable Senators, we have a delegation from Kisumu and Bomet counties seated on the Speaker's Gallery. So, Honorable Senators, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the Speaker's Gallery this afternoon of visiting members of staff from the county assemblies of Kisumu and Bomet who are in the Senate for an attachment program. I request them to stand so that they may be acknowledged in the Senate rendition. The number one, Ms. Valerie Achieng, who is the Answered Officer, County Assembly of Kisumu. Mr. Halman Moses, who is the Clerk Assistant, County Assembly of Kisumu. And Mr. Victor Langat, who is Assistant Answered Editor, County Assembly of Bomet. Honorable Senators, in a short tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. I thank you. Let us get a statement from Senator Nduro. This time, no comments. 3 senators will give their statements. We conclude this order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek statement from the Standing Committee on Lands, Environment and Natural Resources on criteria used by valuers at the National Land Commission to compute compensation to land owners in the Horn of Africa Gateway project along Isiolo-Modogashe Road in Isiolo County. In the statement, the committee should table list of all land acquired by the National Land Commission along Isiolo-Modogashe Road, indicating the amount owed to each landowner and the criteria used in determining the compensation figures. Number 2, explain the valuation criteria used by NLC in determining the figures, giving reasons for the bias discrepancy in the compensating several landowners, noting that owners of semi-permanent houses were paid higher than owners of permanent houses. Give reasons why NLC decision to compensate structures only excluding land. Finally, outline measures put in place, if any, to ensure NLC undertakes a standard re-evaluation taking into account compensation for both land and structures. I thank you.
Thank you. Senator Abdallah Shakila.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request for statement on the delay in compensation by the Kenya Port Authority to fishermen in Lamu County. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Roads, Transportation and House concerning delay in compensation by the Kenya Port Authority to fishermen in Lamu County affected by the LAPSET Corridor project. Mr. Speaker, in the statement, the committee should, number 1, give reasons for the inordinate delay by the Kenya Port Authority to compensate Lamu fishermen whose livelihood was adversely affected by the LAPSSET project. Yet they successfully petitioned and were awarded 1.760 for 24 billion by the High Court on 30th April 2018, Mr. Speaker. Number two, state when the KPA, when the KPA intends to pay the Lamu fishermen their compensation, which was released by the authority by the Treasury. Number three, provide a list of fishermen to be compensated and the amount each will receive. And number four, outline the recourse available to these fishermen, including consideration for payment for damages occasioned by the delay in compensation for more than 4 years after being awarded by the court. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Also, for record purposes, there are statements by Senator Jonas Mwaluma, 2 statements, and you can see he's not around, so they are dropped, and also a statement from Senator Mohamed Faki from Mombasa County, also dropped. Last one is the statement from the Senator from Marsabit County, Senator Mohamed Chute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A request for a statement. Kenya Broadcasting Corporation's discrimination towards Eastern indigenous languages. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from Standing Committee on Information, Communication and Technology on Kenya Broadcasting Corporation discrimination towards Eastern indigenous languages. In the statement, the committee should outline the number of indigenous languages that have a frequency modulation at the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, specifying the dialects that have either shared or dedicated frequencies. 2, explain the reason for KBC's cessation to broadcast in Rendile language, Burji language, and the Borana language since 2021 without notice or explanation. Number 3, provide the criteria used to upgrade certain native linguistics to a dedicated frequency, while other dialects have been discriminated against. And, Mr. Speaker, 4th, recommend measures, if any, for the inclusivity of all Aboriginal dialects to have either a dedicated or shared frequencies modulation. Senator Chute, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All the statements stand referred to the relevant committees, and the statements by the Senator for Taita Taveta County and the Senator for Mombasa County will be referred to the next sitting. Next order.
Order number 8, motion integrating climate education into national education curriculum.
Also, I can see the move of this motion. The Senator for Homabay County, Senator Moses Kajwan, is not in the House, so also this order is defunct. We go to the next order.
Order number 9, motion, drought and hunger mitigation in Turkana County.
Senator James Romenen, Ekomwa, you can move your motion now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. I beg to move a motion on drought and mitigation and anger in Turkana County. Turkana people have been affected by severe drought and anger that has distracted their livestock, livelihood, economic activities. The state remains deplorable, and Turkana County is one of the most affected areas in Kenya, as reported earlier by a National Disaster Management Authority. Further aware, Mr. Speaker, the drought has wiped out at least half of Turkana's nomadic livestock, and even that half, Mr. Speaker, I even underestimated it. It is more than that. I think 90% of livestock is gone. Mr. Speaker, livestock are dying at an alarming rate every day, and we are expecting, if the rains falls, more livestock will be.
Senator Romenen.
Yes, sir.
I'll guide you to just first read the motion as it is. Then we get a seconder.
Mr. Speaker, I think I moved the motion. There was a notice of the motion. And I think when I'm moving, I'm not supposed to read again. I just want to explain facts in details. I don't know, Mr. Speaker, if... So do I read
Yeah,
the
you
way?
should just beg to move, then you read as it is. Just read it.
Okay. Drought on Turkana County. Noting that Turkana people have been affected by severe drought and anger that has distracted their livestock, livelihood, economic activities. The state remains deplorable, and Turkana is one of the most affected areas in Kenya, as reported earlier by NDMA. Further aware, the drought has wiped out at least half of Turkana nomadic livestock. Drought has struck livestock. Arable farming has been altered. Water wells have dried up, livestock dying at alarming rate, and so people have lost their lives. The most affected being elderly, the sick, lactating, and pregnant women.
Senator Romenen, approach the table. Maybe you have a different document. Senator Romenen,
yes, sir.
Approach the table for guidance. Just come to the officer here. What is your point of order, Senator Chelge? But not on the motion by the Honorable Senator. Please, okay. You know, you never had something to say. I wanted you to spend this time.
Mr. Speaker, my only concern is I was wondering whether I'm having the right order paper, because following what my colleague Senator Lomenen was reading, and what I have is totally different. But thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that guidance, because I can see the Honorable Senator is properly guided. Because, Mr. Speaker, we wanted to really give the flesh to the motion and allow that, since the drought situation in the country and farming situation is in dire need, Mr. Speaker, we wanted to support the Senator. So I think in future, colleagues, Mr. Speaker, I notice, and I'm not casting aspersion on the hard work and the industrious nature of my colleagues, but it's important for our colleagues to be approaching the table office or even the clerk, and I thank the clerk office because whenever you need a document, Mr. Speaker, it is always easily accessible through the guidance of the office of the Speaker, Mr. Speaker, or your office. So, Mr. Speaker, I think in future, because I saw also another colleague today not having a document needed to present in the House, I think our table office and the Secretariat are always in hand to be able to help us, Mr. Speaker. So I hope my colleague now, the last time, Mr. Speaker, he said, I always take athletes who are Turkana and change them to Nandi. I didn't know why he was changing motion to another one, but these athletes we shall return when they have won gold. We can return back to Turkana. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you,
Okay,
Mr. Speaker.
proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the motion on drought and hunger mitigation in Turkana County. That aware that Turkana County continues to experience extremely dry weather conditions with the United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, OCHA, reporting that the aggregate rainfall for the 6-month period ending September 2022 represented only by 21% of the normal rainfall. Further, aware that the prevailing weather conditions have resulted in the drying up of wells, boreholes, loss of water, and crops, therefore rendering any form of farming impracticable. Acknowledging, Mr. Speaker, that the residents of the county are predominantly pastoralists who keep cattle, donkeys, camels, and goats for food and income, and that the loss of this livestock is a loss of livelihood for them. Mr. Speaker, noting that the prevailing drought has resulted in the death of more than half of the livestock in the county, thereby pushing 800,000 residents to brink of starvation and resulting in the highest ever rate of acute malnutrition in county at 33%. Mr. Speaker, further noting that residents have been forced into migration with their livestock in search of pasture and water, which has exposed them to raids by bandits and resulting in children dropping out of schools. Mr. Speaker, concerned that droughts have been recorded in country since 1960s, and the frequency of the occurrences are progressively increased, with drought in the county becoming a yearly phenomenon. Mr. Speaker, cognizant that Article 43 of the Constitution of Kenya, 2010, stipulates that the rights of every person to be free from hunger, to have adequate food, acceptable quality, and to clean and safe water in adequate quantities, and obliges the state to provide social security to persons unable to support themselves and their dependents. Mr. Speaker, further cognizant that Article 11 of the United Nations International Covenant of Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights places further emphasis on the fundamental right to food and obliges the state to take progressive steps towards achieving full realization of the right to adequate food. Now, therefore, the Senate urges the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development, Water, Sanitation and Irrigation, Education, and Ministry of East Africa Community, the ASALs and the Regional Development, through the National Drought Management Authority, to come up with the policy framework to address the perennial drought in the country and to come up with policy programs addressing the current needs of the county, to include Roman number 1, a roll out of rapid response initiative, RRI, program of providing foodstuffs to the affected residents of the county to address immediate critical needs. Roman number 2, an introduction of feeding program in schools across the county. The driving, Roman number 3, the drilling of water bores. And 4, an institution of livestock offtake program to buy weak livestock. Mr. Speaker, right now as we sit here, Mr. Speaker, people of Turkana County, especially pastoralists, are severely suffering. They have lost their livestock, and then the main source of livelihood is livestock. There are livestock that are very important in the pastoralist community. A camel takes care of family for 2 years because it is milked for 4 times in a day, and it is milked for 14 months. So if an animal like an important animal like a camel, Madam Speaker, if they are wiped and they lose their life, what happens to the dependents, those people who have been depending in camels? Animals like cows, cattle, they are very important in our culture and in our community. Anybody who does not have camel doesn't have donkey, because donkeys for us, Mr. Speaker, donkeys are just like probox, because during the migration, they transport very important children, very important elderly people. They transport from one place to the other. They are very important because we respect the donkeys, because biblically they ferried Jesus. And because of that, we respect as Christians that we always respect the donkeys. And like the people who have been using donkeys, just like the way they don't respect them. And I think that is violation of rights of donkeys. Mr. Speaker, what is happening now? People are waiting for the rain. And up to now, not even a drop of rainfall has fallen in Turkana County. Meaning, people will still be suffering, people will still lose lives, especially women. Women will travel for long distances in search of water. And when they travel those long distances, they remember they will be accompanied by the ladies who are not married, for example, and these ladies will actually also take long distances to search for water. And this gives stress to these people. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, elderly people, they don't move from one place to the other because they are elderly, they cannot afford. They are supposed to be provided with meals that are by products. That is when, because without the products, meals by product like milk, meat, and whatever, they will suffer, Mr. Speaker. So what we are saying, Mr. Speaker, we urge the government through this Senate that I know our President, Dr. William Ruto, he visited Turkana County, he visited Samburu, he visited areas that are drought-hit. But even the governor of Turkana County, he tried to provide some maize. But what the point that is there, Mr. Speaker, this is just a drop in the ocean. People are still suffering. It is just like introduction of that maize made it worse. People to expect more food, that maybe every monthly basis they will receive food. But it is not the matter. What happened? They are still waiting for food up to now. They are still waiting. Moreover, the livestock others go to fetch to make sure that their livestock have gotten water. But what happens? Big boreholes are driven, and these boreholes suffer from rapids. So because they are very deep, for you to get water from that deepest borehole, you take 12 people. A minimum of 12 people from ground from the deep to the ground. And what happens? Most of the people have lost life because of rapids of those wells, because they are loose soil. So that problem, Mr. Speaker, we can only be solved by the government of Kenya and by the county government. Because one, when we establish boreholes, when we establish water projects, these water projects will be sustainable. The people will actually drink this water, and livestock also will take this water. The other issue, Mr. Speaker, we ask the government in collaboration, the county government in collaboration with the national government, to mobilize donors, to mobilize well-wishers, to mobilize humanitarian organizations like now UNHCR, which takes care of refugees in Kakuma and also in Dadaab. Because the international law says refugees, host communities are supposed to be taken care. So we are saying we urge the government of Kenya, which I trust, that with collaboration with the county government, the refugee in Kakuma are supposed to enjoy privileges the same with the host community. For example, provision of meals, provision of food, provision of health services, that the host community also enjoy the same privileges as the refugee. The other issue, the issue of there is water sources. There is River Kerio, there is River Takwel, there is Lake Turkana, there is aquifer, discovered aquifer in Turkana West. What we are saying, the government in collaboration with the county government, national government in collaboration with the county government must ensure that irrigation is done along these rivers. Because as we talk now, Mr. Speaker, water is available in these rivers, River Kerio, River Takwel. They flow up to Lake Turkana, but none, almost maybe 10% or 5% is arable, people do farming. So we urge the government to have affirmative action to ensure that crops, seeds are provided to farmers who stay along the river Kerio and the river Takwel so that they do farming. Moreover, there is an opportunity that is already there because refugees have been given that opportunity of doing farming with the UHCR, the UN government, the UN organization. They have been given opportunity to do farming. That opportunity should also be given with the host communities which migrated from insecure areas to secure areas like Katilu, like Lodwa, like Lokicher, like Katilu, like Lokori. So these people, they have migrated from insecure areas. Now that they are staying next to rivers, they should be given that opportunity of doing farming because they are more experienced in doing farming. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, the government also, in collaboration with the county government, the government should harvest rainwater because rainwater is very important because we experience floods. We experience floods during rain season. And these floods, if this water are being collected and harvested, it will be used during drought season. And I think, Mr. Speaker, that will be very important every time, instead of crying every year, drought, we should be aware of the early warning systems that every year we will expect to have drought. So the county government of Turkana should set aside drought funds to take care of emergencies situation during drought. At the same time, they should be, because there is issue of climate change, global warming, which also affects this issue of drought. So we are saying that the government should actually set drought fund to make sure that the communities that are really affected can use this fund, for example, planting of trees, drilling of boreholes, sustainable boreholes, drilling of dams, big dams that cannot dry up, so that they mitigate partially from moving from secure areas to insecure areas in search of water and pasture. So these drought funds are very important for drought hit areas. The other issue, Mr. Speaker, is to ensure that government, because this government, I know last month, the president of this nation, Dr. Samoei Ruto, who visited Turkana County, and what I was pleased with, he moved with over 15 ambassadors to observe what Turkana County is really experiencing, to see themselves what they say drought and experience the issue of climate change. So when they saw, they were really convinced that Kenya needs assistance. Turkana County needs a head. So that's why we are saying if the government can mobilize more organizations, humanitarian organizations, to, like now, World Food, UNICEF, World Vision, if they can mobilize so that they can assist in curbing issue of drought and hunger. Can you imagine, Mr. Speaker, this scenario is very serious. Before our pupils began their exam, when they were taught in their classes, I quote Kapedo Primary School, Kapedo Girls, they fainted. The pupils fainted while the teacher was actually making their lessons. That is a desperate situation that we don't want to expect. And these children, the pupils, Mr. Speaker, they were expected, even the Form 4s, they expected to do for the exam. And they are suffering in the issue, suffering insecurity, suffering drought, suffering hunger. The government should take such areas like Kapedo, Lokori, Mogila, special as affirmative action that how do you equalize these people who are suffering with the people or students from Nairobi. It's not possible. It's not, and those people seek their justice. Mr. Speaker, to give other members the opportunity to
I'll give you 1 minute to conclude.
Mr. Speaker, I call Senator Cheptumo to second this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I arise to second this motion, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to start by thanking Honorable Omenen, Senator Turkana, for this very timely motion. Mr. Speaker, if you read the contents of this motion and listening to the member, it presents a very desperate situation prevailing in Turkana. Desperate, Mr. Speaker, because the motion talks about deaths of people, of livestock, and a situation where there is no hope, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this situation has definitely denied the great people of Turkana the enjoyment of their social and economic rights, and even political, Mr. Speaker, as well provided for in Article 43 of our Constitution. Mr. Speaker, the basic livelihood of the people of Turkana, and indeed, Mr. Speaker, the pastoral areas, is like a livestock in terms of their food, for clothing, payment of fees for their children, and every other livelihood situation, Mr. Speaker, it is the livestock. Now, Mr. Speaker, when you talk of those livestock dying in numbers, in thousands, it tells you, Mr. Speaker, there is no hope in that society. And if you see what has been happening of late, Mr. Speaker, you read the newspapers, you watch what's happening in the televisions, the electronic media, and so on, it is indeed a very, very desperate situation. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to support this motion and say that it is unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, we are now for 59 years of our independence, Mr. Speaker. We are moving to 60 years of independence. Mr. Speaker, drought situation in Turkana and other parts of our country, like your county, Mr. Speaker, like my county Baringo, like Samburu, like Isiolo, Tana River, and other areas, Mr. Speaker, is an issue that is known that every year it will arise. Mr. Speaker, and that is why over the years, there has been some regional bodies that was established, like the KVDA, Kerio Valley Development Authority, to be able to look into these issues. But, Mr. Speaker, the funding of those institutions, Tana River, you know, the Tana River Development Authority, we have Rift Valley Water Services Board, and so on. Mr. Speaker, the philosophy behind these institutions was meant to address these challenges. But, Mr. Speaker, we have the idea, but there is no political will to fund those institutions so they are able to address this situation, Mr. Speaker. So what we are just doing, Mr. Speaker, is we wait for the situation to arise, and we call upon donors to give us resources, and when the situation improves, we forget about it until the next situation. Mr. Speaker, I have been able to understand the manifesto of the Kenya Kwanza government. And there is, Mr. Speaker, a deliberate action as we move forward, that these situations will be addressed in our various counties, Mr. Speaker, so that no time again shall we have the Turkana people dying of hunger. Mr. Speaker, if you read Article 43, Sub-Article 1C, economic and social rights, every person has the right to be free from hunger and to have adequate food of acceptable quality. Mr. Speaker, that is a right guaranteed by the Constitution and to be enforced by the government of the day. Mr. Speaker, what we do today, and I think that my colleague has read very well, is we call upon donors to come forward, they give us food, and we distribute. Mr. Speaker, let me assure you that that food being distributed is not adequate food of acceptable quality. Not even quality, even the quantity, Mr. Speaker, let alone the quality. Even the quantity is not even enough. So, Mr. Speaker, this House should ask itself one question. We represent counties. What can we do as a House? Apart from raising motions like the one raised by my colleague here, I have done this again, Mr. Speaker, in the National Assembly, because Baringo again has a similar situation in about, out of the 6 sub-counties, maybe 3 or 4 facing the same situation. Shall we be satisfied with these motions every other day? Mr. Speaker, I want to call upon the Kenya Kwanza government, led by His Excellency President, who understands the situation in Turkana, in these pastoral areas, Mr. Speaker, that this time round, we need to allocate enough resources, Mr. Speaker, to these ASAL areas through these regional bodies, so that, Mr. Speaker, we should be prepared in advance to ensure there is enough water to irrigate our land. Some of the areas, Mr. Speaker, can be irrigated, and we have food supplies. And, Mr. Speaker, it is therefore very important, in my view, that this House should maybe rise above maybe the issue of motions. And, Mr. Speaker, we have bodies like the National Drought Management Authority. Even the wording of the institution, Mr. Speaker, is clear. National Drought Management Authority. That NDMA body should be managing drought. How? Is it just by telling us the likely scenario of drought arising very soon? But I think, Mr. Speaker, we have the capacity as a House to be able to move the country and ensure this is done. The other day, Mr. Speaker, we had 23 counties, the situation in Turkana prevailing. Today, I'm told there are 29, moving to 30. Almost more than a half of our country, Mr. Speaker, is exposed. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague for this motion, and I would like to say to the country now that apart from Turkana, where the situation is so desperate the way we have read, it is happening in other counties, including even your county, Mr. Speaker, Wajir, Garissa, Mandera, Baringo, Isiolo, Taita Taveta, Lamu, and other areas. So, Mr. Speaker, I think as a country and as a people, we must go for affirmative action so that we have a permanent solution to these situations. Mr. Speaker, we have now closed schools. I don't know what's going to happen in January when our children go back to school in Turkana. I want to call upon the government, noting that the only livelihood for these areas is livestock, and they have now died. It is important, Mr. Speaker, even in Baringo and other areas, that special fund towards bursary for students in these areas, Mr. Speaker, is set aside. Now that we don't even have CDF because of the situation in law, it is important that we have a special fund set for these counties, Mr. Speaker, where they are unable to pay their fees. Mr. Speaker, finally, shockingly, Mr. Speaker, the areas where we have this drought situation manifested is the same areas again where there is insecurity. So you fight the insecurity. As you do the insecurity issue again, you deal with the drought. And Mr. Speaker, we are 70% of the country. If this situation arose elsewhere, Mr. Speaker, I can assure you the entire government machinery will have been set to deal with the situation. It is high time, as members from the pastoral areas, Mr. Speaker, that we call upon government to ensure, and I have a lot of faith and confidence, Mr. Speaker, that our president will be able to rise up to the occasion, and this time round, we look for permanent solutions so that we don't wait for drought to arise, but we plan to stop it before we reach a situation in terms of providing water, providing food, and irrigation in those areas. So, Mr. Speaker, I second and I thank my colleague for this motion.
Honorable Senators, that are aware that Turkana County continues to experience extremely dry weather conditions, with the United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs reporting that the aggregate rainfall for the 6 months period ending September 2022 represented only 21% of the normal rainfall. Further aware that the prevailing weather conditions have resulted in the drying up of wells, boreholes, loss of pasture and crops, therefore rendering any form of farming impossible. Acknowledging that the residents of the county are predominantly pastoralists who keep cattle, donkeys and camels, and goats for food and income, and that the loss of these livestock is a loss of livelihood for them. Noting that the prevailing drought has resulted in the death of more than half of the livestock in the county, thereby pushing 800,000 residents to the brink of starvation, and resulting in the highest ever rate of acute malnutrition in the county at 33%. Further noting that residents have been forced into migration with their livestock in search of pasture and water, which has exposed them to raids by bandits and resulting in children dropping out of school. Concerned that droughts have been recorded in the county since the 1960s and that the frequency of their occurrence has progressively increased, with drought in the county becoming a yearly phenomenon. Cognizant that the Article 43 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010 stipulates that rights of every person to be free from hunger, to have adequate food of acceptable quality, and to clean and safe water in adequate quantities, and oblige the states to provide social security to persons unable to support themselves and their dependents. Further cognizant that the Article 11 of the United Nations International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights places further emphasis on the fundamental right to food and obliges the state to take progressive steps towards achieving full realization of the right to adequate food. Now, therefore, the Senate urges the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development, Water, Sanitation and Irrigation, and the Ministry of East African Community, the ASALs and Regional Development through the National Drought Management Authority, to come up with a policy framework to address the perennial drought in the county and to come up with policy programs addressing the current needs of the county to include: 1, a rollout of a rapid response initiative program of providing foodstuffs to the affected residents of the county to address immediate critical needs. 2, an introduction of feeding program in schools across the county. 3, the drilling of water boreholes. And 4, an institution of a livestock offtake program to buy weak livestock. I now call upon the senators to make contribution to this motion. Senator Cherargei.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. And I don't know why my lecturer and my teacher, Senator Professor Tom Ojenda, is excited today. Maybe because he's aware that Hustler Fund has been launched today, and the hustlers of Kisumu County are very happy and excited to have the Hustler Fund. And it will be life-changing, Mr. Speaker, the Hustler Fund to many young people who do not have opportunity of accessing startup capital money. So I hope Senator Professor Tom Ojenda, through you, Chair, can mobilize and seize the hustlers of Kisumu County to take this fund. Does not belong to either of the coalition. It belongs to all Kenyans from all walks of the life, from your county, Garissa, Kakamega, Kisumu, Nandi, and many others, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this motion is a straightforward matter. It is sad, almost 60 years since independence, we are discussing about food insecurity, Kenyans affected by famine and drought, and I want to congratulate Senator Lomenen, Mr. Speaker. I know on many occasions, I've known the reason why he's saying that most of the Turkanas are good athletes. They must be, with all due respect, running around looking for water and taking care of the animals. No wonder he's saying that they must be included. And the warriors, that the reform warriors should be given opportunity to be athletes, Mr. Speaker. So I want to, he's a ranking member, having come from the law house. I can see he's learning ropes very fast in this house, senior house of union. And I hope the people of Turkana are taking note that these issues that are being brought by Senator Lomenen is critical, is important, and for our people. Mr. Speaker, I think we don't need to belabor the point. Everybody knows that in northern Kenya and parts of North Rift, there is always dry season. It did not just happen the other day. This is not abracadabra moment. Mr. Speaker, we have always known that there is drought, there is famine. From 2020, some of the regions, Mr. Speaker, are just getting some little rainfall. I was having a discussion and lunch with Senator Abbas Mohammed, and he was telling me in his county some parts have just experienced a little bit of rain, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, we don't need, Mr. Speaker, rocket scientists to tell us what is happening. The solution, Mr. Speaker, to food insecurity is one: take care of the farmer. If the farmer is happy, we subsidize production over consumption, we get good yields, good seeds, affordable fertilizer, Mr. Speaker, we produce more. When we produce more, Kenyans like in Turkana and any other parts of this country can have an opportunity to have food on their table. We are aware that more than 4 million Kenyans have been facing starvation, Mr. Speaker, for some time now. And therefore, it is sad that young men, I saw a sad story where a child was cooking a chameleon, Mr. Speaker. It is very disappointing and distasteful, Mr. Speaker, to say the least. I think as a country, we must be pragmatic on how we can ensure no Kenyan dies because of hunger, Mr. Speaker. We cannot talk about Millennium Development Goals or Sustainable Development Goals when we are still talking about hunger, Mr. Speaker, on how to ensure each and every Kenyan. And Mr. Speaker, there is a new phenomenon. that even we are having hunger and starvation within our cities, especially on low-income housing, Mr. Speaker, in some of these slums. We are having also hunger and famine, Mr. Speaker, where they cannot access their food, Mr. Speaker. So the solution is take care of the farmer. You saw, Mr. Speaker, last week, and I said before the nation, that if we do not give priority to buying of maize and grains of the local farmer, we are discouraging those farmers. And I'm happy, yesterday the cabinet of President William Ruto agreed with me that we need to give time the local maize farmer to harvest their maize, process through drying. Because, Mr. Speaker, many people don't know. I saw a senior ranking official in this government alleging that we should sell within 72 hours, which is very unfortunate. Us who are professional maize farmers, when you harvest maize, the moisture content, Mr. Speaker, is always at 23%. You need to do drying until it lowers to 13.25%. Then you can now deliver to millers or National Cereals and Produce Board. Why do you do that? Because if you deliver with a high moisture content, Mr. Speaker, there will be a tendency of aflatoxins. Those aflatoxins, Mr. Speaker, are food poisoned and also are cancerous in nature. So I think some of these Kenya School of Government should be used for such people so that we don't make reckless statements as leaders and senior government ranking officials, Mr. Speaker. So we are happy that the government has given us up to February to process our maize. I can assure the country we are looking at the bumper harvest of more than 42 million bags. And the country uses average of 50 million bags of maize, Mr. Speaker. According to some research, one person in Kenya consumes 90 kilograms of maize, Mr. Speaker, an average. But you know, here in Nairobi, there is a lot of nutrition advice. Don't eat a lot of ugali, don't eat what. But my neighbors are doing 2 bags, especially from Western Kenya, especially where Kalwale comes from, Senator Kalwale comes from, Mr. Speaker. But an average Kenyan takes 1 bag. But from Senator Kalwale's area, they take two bags in a year, Mr. Speaker. So those are, that is what, Mr. Speaker, and therefore, Mr. Speaker, it is important that we know maize is a staple food. Even in Kisumu, they plant maize, Mr. Speaker. Let us protect the local farmer. If we, by the way, the only way to motivate the local farmer from Kisumu, from Kakamega, from Lamu, from Turkana, Mr. Speaker, from any part of this country, from Nyamira or Kisii, and many other parts, Mr. Speaker, is buy their produce in good prices, Mr. Speaker. Buy at a good price. If you buy our maize at 7,000 shillings per bag, the way we bought fertilizer at 7,000 shillings, it will motivate us to go back to farming, Mr. Speaker. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, there is no CDF. So we are depending on that maize to pay school fees, to pay our upkeep, and to go back to the farming. Just the way I also agree with the proposal and one of the prayers that your animals from northern Kenya or drought-stricken areas, it must be bought. But I don't want to see one cow being bought at 1,500 shillings, Mr. Speaker, the way KMTC was doing. The minimum they should be buying a cow, in my own opinion, should be not less than 100,000, between 50,000 and 100,000, Mr. Speaker. Why are you buying? And this cow has been maintained and taken care of by that farmer. You are killing that farmer times 2. Somewhere in northern Kenya where you are telling them through KMTC, sell your weak animal at 1,500 shillings. What is 1,500 shillings? What is 150? What is $15, Mr. Speaker? What can $15 buy in a country that the cost of inflation and cost of living is very high, Mr. Speaker? So I agree in one of the issues, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the only way to protect farmers is to give them guarantee minimum returns, be it coffee, be it sugarcane, be it, Mr. Speaker, if there are, by the way, in Kenya, there are 1,000 ways. There is a program called 1,000 Ways on How to Die. Being a Kenyan farmer can be classified as one, Mr. Speaker. Because what we undergo through, Mr. Speaker, we don't have even the energy of doing night duties. Because we are tired, disenfranchised, we are stressed, and many others, Mr. Speaker, that a Kenyan farmer undergo through. And yet people here in Nairobi are waiting from a farmer from Nyandarua to deliver. By the way, can you believe Nyandarua here, we are throwing away potatoes, and yet somebody is dying of hunger in Turkana? Can you believe in my county, we have milk clot, and yet somebody in Garissa is dying because of hunger? And we are in the same country, Mr. Speaker. I think the way he said, rapid response unit. And in my tenure as the chair jailer, we once visited Brazil. Brazil has one of the best rapid response unit, Mr. Speaker. When Brumadinho Dam collapsed somewhere in state of Minas Gerais, the state was able to mobilize within 5 minutes, 25 helicopters in rapid response unit, Mr. Speaker. Even they have a national center where they can detect within seconds an emergency or a disaster about to strike, Mr. Speaker. I think as a country, we are doing very bad in terms of emergency response. Number two, and the title point of voice, Turkana County, Mr. Speaker, for the last 10 years, has been receiving 120 billion. Where is the money? I think as a senator, you should be telling us where the 120 billion is. Because, Mr. Speaker, we should be having even around 5 irrigation schemes in Turkana to allow them for food sustainability. Therefore, these counties have become the bastions of corruption, Mr. Speaker. We are dispersing a lot of cash, Mr. Speaker, to the people. 120 billion. Can you believe that, Senator Professor Tom Agenda? In 10 years. But there is no working irrigation scheme in Turkana to assist the people of Turkana have food on their table, Mr. Speaker. Just like many other counties, Mr. Speaker. What we are having, Mr. Speaker, is so many poor Kenyans because of corruption. We have created 47 millionaires. It is as simple as that. In fact, what we should do, we should close these counties and just go home and give everybody share, Mr. Speaker. Because how can you talk about Turkana, which has received 120 billion in 10 years here, that they don't have even a way of sustaining their food supply to the people, Mr. Speaker? So I want to appeal that even I want to call, because there is a new governor, that Senator Lomenen, some of these emergency response is the work of counties. It has been dissolved. So, Mr. Speaker, and therefore, drilling of water boreholes, there are agencies that work with it, Mr. Speaker, like Victoria North, among other agencies, National Irrigation Board. They are domiciled within the Ministry of Water. Mr. Speaker, even somewhere, I think it was Leisamis, where the boreholes were already drying by around June, July, Mr. Speaker. And how can the people survive? How can those animals survive? How can our Kenyans, Mr. Speaker? They should not have Kenyans who are feeling lesser Kenyans because they come from dry areas like northern Kenya or North Rift. Mr. Speaker, Kenyans should feel that they are as equal Kenyans the way they come from Nandi, or the way they come from Kiambu, where our retired president comes from, or from Kisumu, or from anywhere, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, this motion is very important, Mr. Speaker. I think, and we need to have a conversation about GMO going into the future. How can we work around it to ensure enhance food production, Mr. Speaker, but within a safe environment, within biodiversity rules and regulations and the laws that are in place, Mr. Speaker, to allow, Mr. Speaker. Because when you go to abroad, Mr. Speaker, you get organic is very expensive, you get GMO is a bit cheaper. How do we go as a country to ensure we are food sustainable? But the solution to this menace, Mr. Speaker, is one thing. Take care of the farmer the way you take care of your religion. If you take care of the farmer, Mr. Speaker, I can guarantee you, because I am speaking on behalf of farmers, I know my colleagues who come from famine-stricken areas might think I am selfish. I am not. The way you take care of the farmer today, I produce more. The prices come down, and then we develop a mechanism on how, by the way, between Nandi and Turkana is very near. And like getting maize from Mozambique, I saw World Food Program importing maize all the way from Mozambique. And that maize allegedly, by the time it landed at Mombasa, it was contaminated. But when you take the between Nandi and we have a superhighway to Turkana, within a day, I'm able to deliver my maize to Turkana County. That we don't need to import from Mozambique the way World Food Program are doing. And by the way, we are giving out our foreign exchange because we are buying through the dollar. Why don't we give that money to the local farmer, Mr. Speaker? And I can assure you, if we work together, and this House should stand with farmers. If you stand with farmers, I can assure our brothers and sisters, I can see Senator Chute, Senator Mohammed Abbas, and many other colleagues who come from that region, yourself, Speaker, Senator Lomenen. If we make sure we stand with the farmer, Mr. Speaker, we subsidize production over consumption, I can assure you no Kenyan shall again die because of hunger, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, we have the issue of climate change. The president is pushing to planting of 10 billion trees, and I think also we need to appreciate the reason there is there is delay of rain is because we are doing deforestation. We need to reforest, Mr. Speaker, and I think as a Senate, we must take, I look forward, Mr. Speaker, during these Christmas holidays, upon the guidance of your office, to organize even a tree planting session for the Senate, so that we can lead as a parliament that this climate change is real. And that is why Senator Lomenen will tell you, and other senators who come from dry areas, including you, this climate change is real. In my county, Mr. Speaker, it should not be raining now, but it's raining. So the climate change have been, Mr. Speaker, with those very many remarks, and allow my colleagues to contribute, I support this motion, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Professor Tom Ojiende.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think since I'm the acting minority leader, I can speak from here. Everyone has left for Juba to play games, and we're in the House. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to support the motion by Senator Lomenen of Turkana County. And I am aware, Mr. Speaker, sir, that Turkana County has voted into office a competent governor in the name of Governor Lomurkai. And I know that when Lomenen brought this motion, he knows that it is time that we get sustainability into governance, that we are able, Mr. Speaker, sir, as governors, and of course the support of governors, because we are the Senate, to ensure, Mr. Speaker, sir, that counties invest in projects that would support food security in the future. I agree with Senator Cherargei's contribution that, Mr. Speaker, sir, unless we support the farming sector and unless we support the producers, only then can we be assured that in the future we will not have calamities such as famine that we've had over the years. I mean, Mr. Speaker, sir, it is sad that in this century we are talking about famine in counties. It is very sad that in Northeastern, and you'll be surprised, Mr. Speaker, sir, that even in producing counties like Kisumu County, you'll find that there's famine in certain pockets of the county. I'm sure the same for Kakamega, because you find that there are few, the climatic conditions that we have favor production, for instance, of maize. But because of the high prices of inputs, fertilizer, the tilling machinery, farmers or small-scale farmers are unable to produce sufficient crop that would last them into the next season. And I think, Mr. Speaker, sir, a policy framework that would lead to a rapid response initiative that feeds into the farming sector, one, by reducing the price of inputs, but also two, Mr. Speaker, sir, that ensures that we are able to have enough crop and produce going to the next season, Mr. Speaker, sir, and that we are able to harness the capacity of the grain-producing areas to be able to produce sufficient grain to feed the other non-grain-producing areas, Mr. Speaker, sir. But above all, Mr. Speaker, sir, we must invest in sustainable irrigation projects. How I pray, Mr. Speaker, sir, that this government can revive certain projects like we had, I think there was, we had dams that were intended to have been constructed, but that hit the brick wall, Aror, Kimorer, and other dams. We have Soin Dam at the border of Kisumu County and Nandi County. The Soin Dam, Mr. Speaker, sir, is a sure bet, because I know that it will supply water and will alleviate poverty to many, will be a resource that will lead to the enhancement, Mr. Speaker, sir, of food security in the counties around the Lake region. Mr. Speaker, sir, I further support that this framework should also support other sectors so that we give capacity to all levels of farmers so that we are able, Mr. Speaker, sir, to have a sustainable mode of production, and that we put more money, Mr. Speaker, as a country, into the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development for purposes of the future, Mr. Speaker, sir. I support, lastly, Mr. Speaker, sir, let me say something about climate change. My learned Senator Cherargei has spoken to climate change. Climate change is real, Mr. Speaker, sir. You have parts of this country that have rains when they don't expect to have those rains. You have parts of this country that are experiencing dry weather, even when, Mr. Speaker, said they should be having rains. And I think we must mitigate the effects of climate change by planting trees. I agree with the learned Senator that it should be a deliberate policy from government to ensure that we think about carbon credits, but also encourage our people to plant trees, because that is the only way to mitigate bad weather going into the future. Because we know that, Mr. Speaker, sir, the weather patterns are not only unpredictable, but La Nina is often followed by El Nino. You have rain, then drought, and that impacts on food security. I rise to support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Mohammed Chute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would want to support Honorable for Turkana, Honorable Lemonin. Mr. Speaker, I come from Marsabit County. I was in Marsabit 2 weeks ago and yesterday also. I went to a place called Jaldesa in Marsabit, Shura. I went to Kambinye, Segel, and a place called Arge. My first time I've seen donkeys dying en masse, leave alone other livestock. I was shocked to see in Shura, people were asking us, we normally use donkeys to fetch water. What do we do now? We are in a very dire drought condition, and this is not only Turkana. It is in over 30 counties. It was about 2-3 weeks ago. It was in about 23 counties. And yesterday, I think some 2 counties from Nyanza are also included. Mr. Speaker, people are talking about farming. In northern Kenya, in Turkana, we are also farmers. We are livestock farmers. And in Marsabit alone, we've lost over 80% of our livestock. The remaining livestock have migrated to Ethiopia. When I went to Marsabit yesterday, I went with a donor from Nairobi. These are a giant group of companies, and Mr. Mukesh. And we distributed food in a place called Merile. And he asked me, do you really have government here? Do they know these people are here? I told him, yes, they know. People asked him, we don't have food, we don't have security, abuse of drugs, and so many other things. We came last night, and the neighboring towns called me. Many of them asked me, you didn't bring us food, you brought food to Merile only. So, Mr. Speaker, our people are suffering, really, really suffering. And we met with the President, Honorable Dr. Ruto, about, I think, a month ago, or maybe 2 months ago, in Naivasha. And I asked him, things are getting worse. I said, how are you going to help us? Are you not going to declare a disaster, a national disaster? He said, yes, we are going to do it. And now, 2 months down the line, nothing is happening. The food distribution from the national government, when distributed, I think a household will get only a kilo of maize meal. How will it help you? And Honorable Cherargei was saying, we have a bumper harvest. If he has a bumper harvest in North Rift, or in Rift Valley, and in Marsabit and Turkana, people are starving and dying, are we in the same country really? I really doubt. Mr. Speaker, lactating mothers, children in ECD class. I went to Arge, a ECD class, and the children are not going to school because there were porridges that were being given, but it's not gone, it's not there. And mothers are crying. I think this is not something that it can be taken lightly. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, water levels have gone down. Boreholes, more than 80% of boreholes in Marsabit County, I think even the Turkana is the same, are dry. The ponds and dams are dry. And we have a government, Kenya Kwanza government, that says, tunatenda na tunafanya. I'm seeing the opposite of what they're talking about. Mr. Speaker, the problem we have in Marsabit are four. Some are man-made, some are just normal, can I say God-made? The man-made are corruption, drug abuse. If you go to counties, the 47 counties, monies that are meant for relief supplies are consumed here in Nairobi. Whatever is left, the driver and the turnboy sell them on their way to Marsabit, around the Isiolo area, and also in Marsabit town. And when it reaches the government stores, like National Cereal Board, National Cereals and Produce Board, even those guys steal some. It goes to the committee of the chiefs. Also, the same thing happens. Mr. Speaker, many NGOs in Marsabit and in Turkana and many other places have decided to stop giving relief food supplies and have opted for cash transfers. Mr. Speaker, I will urge the government, both the county government and the national government, to go the cash transfer way. That guarantees whatever is supposed to go to the poor will be sent to their phones. Mr. Speaker, the other issue, the problem we have is banditry. Banditry both on our highways from Isiolo to Marsabit, surprisingly, Mr. Speaker. I went to Moyale, came back to Isiolo. I counted 17 police barriers, each manned by not less than 10 police officers. If you do your maths, those are 170 police officers. The road from Achas Post to Merile, like almost every day, there are banditry attacks. People have lost lives. People have lost cash, money, and goods. Mr. Speaker, We have drought, banditry on that road. Our animals are being stolen. Like when I went to Arge, when I went there, our people lost over 800 head of cows to bandits from Rift Valley. But those people happen to be my friend, Senator for Turkana's relatives. And this is due to guns being given, NPR guns being given to people from Rift Valley, and people from Marsabit County don't have NPR guns. Now, Mr. Speaker, we have drought, banditry attacks, corruption, and drug abuse. These are 4 major problems we have in Marsabit County. And the same thing applies to, I think, Turkana County also. And I, myself, I am UDA senator. And we are crying to our president almost like every day. And I don't know if he's not listening to us or if maybe he is ignoring us. Our people are dying. And we are asking the president to intervene as soon as possible. Yesterday, a lady, Mama Wato, called me from Moyale and told me I had over 100 cows. Now they're all gone. I have only 16. Please, will you send me my lorry, your lorry, to ferry these cows from here to Isiolo? Now I'm organizing a lorry for her. Out of 100 head of cattle, the lady has only 16 now. She's lost almost everything. She doesn't have a husband, no children. She has never had any children. And I really felt sorry for her. And this is the situation we are in, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks from today, if we don't get rains, enough to help our people, it is going to be a disaster. Unmanageable. They will not manage it, I'll be honest with you. Our people are in Ethiopia today as we speak. Yesterday, they called me from a place called Magado, in southern Ethiopia. He told me, please, animals from Turbi, Bubisa, Didgalgalu, and also Badahuri are in Ethiopia. They don't have food. Security also is a problem. We had to talk to Ethiopian authorities to help our people to stay for a few weeks until we get rains soon. Finally, Mr. Speaker, not finally, but I have only 2 issues now. I'm almost finishing. The other problem we have, Mr. Speaker, is inbreed. Our animals are having problems because our cows, we've never brought our bulls from outside that Marsabit County. That is a big problem also. When we get this kind of drought situations, immunities are very, very low in our cows. Mr. Speaker, I would want to thank a few people and NGOs here who are also contributing a lot to our people in Marsabit. One, NDMA, PASIDA, Caritas, Northern Water Services Board, Northern Water, National Water Harvesting, ENDA, this was Neuro Development, SND, USAID, and also, not forgetting, giant group of company, Mr. Mukesh, who is also a donor, Mombasa Cement CEO, and also Blue Nile Wire Product CEO, Mr. Rao. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would want to request our dear President to help us to declare a national disaster so that the NGOs can divert the funds meant for development to a disaster management fund. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Shakila Abdallah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this motion. Mr. Speaker, a country which is not able to feed its people, it's a failed country. And we must accept Kenya has failed because 60 years after getting freedom, we are not able to feed our people. We have failed. Mr. Speaker, Turkana, for 8 years, there was rigged of petrol. This is one thing which should have actually helped Turkana to get out of poverty. But instead, Mr. Speaker, they are now draining in poverty. It is very unfortunate, Mr. Speaker. You realize the marginalized people, they are more marginalized with their own resources. It is sad, Mr. Speaker. We should not be talking of Turkana today receiving 120 billion for 10 years, having given out petrol for 8 years, and these are the people dying of hunger today, Mr. Speaker. It is very unfortunate. It is very sad, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we need to ensure that people, they own their resources. And the most major resource for everybody to have is land. The government should make a point to give people their own land so that when big development projects come, they are not able or they are able to lease those lands instead of being taken by compulsory acquisition because they have no title, they have no entitlement for those resources, and yet they are on essential resources, Mr. Speaker. So we urge the government to ensure that they give people their resources, they own their resources, and most important, crucial resource for every Kenyan to own is their land, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, talking of food, we need to learn as Kenyans to substitute our food. We should not depend on maize, 100%. There are many other crops which we can grow and they can feed us, like cassava, potato, sweet potato, yams, and many other crops. So we should be able to look at the areas, their seasons, and be able to put crops there whereby they can grow faster, easier, so that we can be able to feed our people as a country, Mr. Speaker. It is unfortunate, it is sad for a country like Kenya, 60 years independence, we're not able to feed our own people. It's a shame. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Gloria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this time. I feel that I have to contribute to this motion as I support it because there is an element that we are not highlighting about the food security situation in this country. We are talking about water, we are talking about looking into ways to mitigate the drought, but we are not talking about the agencies and the institutions that have actually been put together by government to ensure that they address these kind of situations. I want to put the spotlight on an organization or an institution that is called Vision 2030. They sat down as a committee, as an institution, and they came out with such a proper blueprint on economic development, on social development, political development, and in that blueprint, they focused as well on food security under economic development. And if you look at that report and what it sort of advises government to do within the next couple of years, because this was a report that was churned out maybe 15 years ago, I'm not quite sure. They're talking about how to ensure we actually increase the productivity, our agricultural produce. they put out objectives and goals, including ensuring that we actually have thousands and thousands of acres that were dedicated for large-scale farming. There was even an advisory that was put out to governments to the extent that they identified certain regions of lands that is lying idle, that were supposed to be put together in some sort of agricultural project, to ensure that we are not only pushing on the high productivity of our small-scale farmers, but that we are going towards the direction of large-scale farming. Because the issue of food security really is just about productivity. We are either, as a country, going to agree that we are going to be producers of agricultural produce, or we are going to be importers of food. So we need to decide if we are not interested in large-scale farming, if we are not interested in intentionally approaching this food security manner in a form of productivity, then we might as well say, okay, let us focus on oil, let us focus on our ports, let us focus on other economic activities, and then when we get that money, we can import the food. So I really want to shed the light that we are repeatedly talking of solutions that have already been stated and written out and reports put out through various institutions, Vision 2030, our Ministry of Agriculture, we have consortiums, we have got PPPs out there. We know the solution to the mitigation of drought and hunger in this country. We have the solutions. What we need is the goodwill. What we need is an intentional approach. I specifically want to talk of something that was pushed as an agenda of the Kenya Kwanza government. When we were out on campaign, we were actually talking to farmers, trying to understand what the challenges are. And we specifically said that we understand, we see that farmers have stopped growing cotton because we are not actually purchasing that cotton. There's no markets. There is no actual real value of cotton in these markets in Kenya. We have seen that farmers have stopped large-scale production of maize. Why? Because a farmer will tell you, I will produce my maize, I will, when it's harvesting, I will store my maize, but when I take it to the National Cereals Board, it takes 5 to 6 months before I'm paid. So with time, the frustrations of actually, getting a commercial gain as a farmer have been stipulated clearly. Now, one thing I want to speak on today, because it is under this drought and hunger mitigation, but we are not looking at it from an intentional approach. We just launched the Hustler Fund. And this fund is supposed to actually push economic activities, including agriculture, because agriculture is an economic activity, including ensuring that our farmers are able to scale up their activities and get to a point where they're not small-scale farmers, but they're large-scale farmers. And I want to take this opportunity to urge those involved in the Hustler Fund, the technical team, and to even speak out to our president that we have youth who are farmers, who are actually engaging in what we call agri-tech businesses. You know, they're using technology to spur and push the future of this country in terms of food security. And the activities that these farmers are engaging in cannot be financed or cannot be supported by the Hustler Fund as it is now in the processes that they have put. This kind of small-scale businesses or startups that are actually touching on food security should be given attention, should be given special attention to the extent that, yes, we are saying that it is equal for all and the Hustler Fund has to just be a standard for every other business. But when we are looking at a situation where we are about to actually address this country and say that we are in a state of emergency and say that drought is killing our people, then we also, as a government, must say that indeed, if our intention is to ensure that those youthful people who are now focusing their businesses on agriculture and technology in agriculture, and technology specifically for food security, they must be put in some sort of special place where we can see how to promote them, because they are dealing with a direct issue. They are actually addressing an issue that is of a serious concern right now, and we cannot just assume that you know, everybody gets 500 shillings or 300 shillings. What will 500 shillings do for a youthful person who is conducting an agri-tech business, trying to ensure that their production of eggs, their production of vegetables, their production of any form of food is actually being scaled up? So I want to take this opportunity to also, you know, speak out and say that we have the potential to increase our food produce. We have the resources in terms of human resource, and we even have the resources in terms of land. We have a lot of idle land that is there. We have institutions and organizations that are taking money from the exchequer, but are not working. I would like to see what Vision 2030 as a committee, as an institution, has done since they have put out these objectives of ensuring that we have food security this whole time. I would like to see all these other consortiums and PPPs that have been set up under the ministry. Can we start actually coming out with results so that it is clear to the people of Kenya that the government is actually doing something about the food security? And finally, I would like to say that in 2022, while we are talking of matters drought and matters food security, we must embrace technology. There is a lot of debate and conversation around GMO, about technology, but it is a very simple fact. Our population, not only in this country, but on this planet, is increasing. The land is not increasing, unfortunately. So we must embrace technology. And when we're talking about technology, it's not just about GMOs. Technology comes in many forms, yeah? We have the nanotechnology that is being infused now in agriculture. We have the genetic engineering, which everyone is arguing about. We have agricultural technology where we are using machinery in terms of ensuring that you use minimum inputs so that you can get maximum output of the farming. We have irrigation techniques, you know? I think about all the water treatment, the water treatment opportunities that we must embrace so that in areas where we do not have the rainfall that is needed, we can practice some of the water treatment technologies like reverse osmosis, for instance. That is a form of technology. We can even look at like integrated soil fertility management. So I think it is also an issue of sensitizing Kenyans that we cannot run away from technology. Not in agriculture, not in terms of food security. We must embrace technology. Now the question is the technology safe? Are we also safeguarding the health and, you know, of the Kenyans? So, but at the end of the day, we cannot be speaking and saying, you know, we are rejecting GMO, we are not going to take technology. What is the other option? When you are coming out and telling people that we are rejecting GMO, that we are not going to import ABCD, I would like to hear what other options are being thrown at us, because at the end of the day, as I said, food security is about two things. We agree and we accept that we are going to be intentional on increasing our production in terms of farm produce, or we throw our hands up and say that we are just going to be importers of food. And so if we are going to be importers of food, we need to know where is this money coming from, because we have to purchase and import that food. We do, unfortunately, as a country, we do not have that option of relying on food importation. So therefore, very important conversations must be had on institutions that have been put together to push the agenda of food security. They are getting money from the exchequer. They are bringing out no results. We are tired of theories and papers and research documents. What we want now from this government of Kenya Kwanza is an actual plan, and we just need to see that of all the research documents and all the solutions that are out there, which one are we picking and implementing? And on the issue of the Hustler Fund, I really am appealing to the president that there should be some special consideration on the youth who are actually engaging in agriculture and in terms of technology, and something has to be done to encourage and scale up those opportunities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Gloria. Senator Abbas Sheikh Mohammed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think this motion has come at the right time, and actually it's the third time for this session of the Senate that issues to do with this drought and food has been discussed in this place. Mr. Speaker, access to food is actually a fundamental right for every person. It is actually fundamental for every Kenyan to access food, that nobody should be food insecure. Mr. Speaker, as rightly said by my other colleague, Shakila, you cannot claim to be an independent country, a sovereign state, that when 60% of your people are food insecure. It's actually a shame. Because this country, we have the land, we have the technology, we have the scientists, Kenyans are well learned, we have the water, because you can see rivers flowing 24/7. River Tana is flowing day and night. Rivers, the lakes like Victoria, is fresh water with that kind of mass of water. We have Lake Turkana where people are dying. It's fresh water. But unfortunately, the people neighboring these places are dying. So this is actually a deliberate omission and commission. Otherwise, we have no excuse. We are bragging that Kenya is a middle-level developed country. Well, how can you be developed when 6% of the population is food insecure? Mr. Speaker, the most unfortunate thing is this country is depending on rain-fed agriculture. Rain-fed agriculture cannot be dependent on. Because rains these days, because of the climate issues, rains, especially in the rural areas, every 3 years or 2 years or 1 year, fail. We have no preparedness for food production. We have no preparedness on water harvesting. We have no preparedness for anything. We just do an ad hoc interventions. If it was not for the NGOs and then non-state players, I think we'll have seen many Kenyans dying because of hunger, honestly. Because those are the people today who are saving us, who come to our help at the right time. Mr. Speaker, 2.5 million animals died. That's almost 200 billion shillings. You see, in other parts of Kenya, when we have great production of maize, the government gives a certain price level. They say less than 2,000, 3,000, nobody can buy it. NCB, the National Cereal Board, is being compelled to buy that maize at certain price. Equally, if there's any failure of pricing, if there's a great production of coffee, if there's great production of tea, every year they are given a minimum guarantee. But we're losing millions of animals. There's no compensation, no guarantee of buying and selling, no marketing, no nothing. So you don't ask yourself, these animals belong to who? Are they really belong to Kenyans? I'm surprised, we are really surprised. 20 million Kenyans are depending directly. This is the mainstay for 20 million Kenyans. The livestock sector employs almost 15 million Kenyans. But whose animals are these? We need to ask ourselves. Kajiado is just about the doorstep of Nairobi. Animals are dying, people are dying, they have no food. So I think it is a deliberate omission and deliberate planning and deliberate, what they say, planned way of actually minimizing the pastoralist livelihoods. Otherwise, we don't know what's happening. Mr. Speaker, what we're lacking is actually, we have no timely interventions. There's no early preparedness. This country is never prepared for any disaster. You see, in one day, you can have trillions of water flowing along Embu, Kitui, Tana River, Garissa, and everywhere. That same area, the people are dying because of hunger. Animals have died. You can harvest that water. You can divert some of these rivers. Because at times when it rains, if you see those rivers actually demolishing houses, farms are being destroyed, people are dying, animals are being killed because of water. The same animals, again, tomorrow has no water. After 3 months, it's water scarce. You see, my friend, this country, countries like Egypt, they don't see rain for many years. And Egypt, that depends on rivers coming from Lake Victoria, is actually a food exporter. We get even our food from there. The country like Somalia, a failed state almost. People that have been in war for the last 30 years don't even have this kind of problem. So you wonder, where are we going in Kenya? What are we supposed to do? We cannot be crying always for food, 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 food. Kids have gone, went out of school. They cannot go to school because some of them cannot even walk to the school because of hunger. They have no school fees. So actually, it's actually a very unfortunate situation. There is no strategic plan. The only institution that was supposed to assist the asset areas is the NDMA, the National Drought Management Authority. Every government that comes in transfers NDMA to useless places. So one time they're being put to regional development, another time they're going to taken to Eastern community, another time that, revolution. That shows you that nobody cares about these things. And that's the only institution that have been very useful to us. It is this, and if you go to even Uganda here, our neighborhood, there is actually a ministry for Karamojong affairs. 70% of Kenya landmass is asset area. 20 million people depend on those animals. There is no strategic plan, there is no strategic ministry to take care of those interests of those people. So what do you say? That we are all abandoned to Kenya, but not Kenyans. Because how we have been treated is a very unfortunate situation. We have been given counties. Most of the money has just been held by the national government. The money has not been transferred for livestock, for agriculture, for water. They only received less than 10%. The other money is just lying in Nairobi. So how will those people help us now? How will the county help the people living in those areas? So I think you have a strategic policy failure, especially deliberately earmarked for northern Kenya and other asset areas. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it is a high time. You see, I was shocked. I'm sorry to say, I know the Meru guys might get annoyed. Last time when the Somalis failed to buy the Meru Mira, they were given 1 billion shillings to compensate for the price loss. 1 billion for Mira. Honestly, when our animals die, there is no compensation. So, this is a double standard. So we must know where we belong to. Kenyans are now refugees in Ethiopia, in part of Somalia, in Sudan, and in Uganda. Last time, I think, Mr. Speaker, you know that we are removing, there were so many Kenyans who registered as refugees. Today, they have gone back to the same place again, simply because they can get food from the refugees. The same government is not able to provide food. So, gentlemen, I think it's high time that we must plan for this country. And if then this country, if the 70% of this country, land is not something that it's not required in this country, then you can just say to them, you can depend on your own. Let's look for other ways. No, we cannot be crying all over food, 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 drought, drought, drought. Drought is a phenomenon that is there with the whole world. In Europe and America, 9 months it's been covered with ice. And folks, they don't produce anything, but they have now become food secure. The Middle East, the entire Middle East is so dry, it's the Sahara Desert. They never care about food. In Tanzania, we don't hear those things. In Uganda, we don't hear those things. This country that is bragging around that as developed country, middle developed country, I don't know what the hell is this. Then 60% of the people are hungry. They are dying, animals are dying. So I want to support the motion from our brother from Turkana, but I think we have a policy failure. And unless it is deliberate, we cannot be talking about drought and hunger, 60 years of independence. With those few remarks, I want to support.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Wahome Wamatinga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. I also like to support. A number of things have been said about the failure of our national government to manage the food situation in this country. Mr. Speaker, sir, yesterday we were not able to have a session because we could not get a quorum. It may surprise you, Mr. Speaker, sir, that the main reason is that majority of the senators in this House are somewhere in Juba doing some form of sports. Mr. Speaker, sir, at times wonder whether we do have the right priorities in this country. At a time when this country is faced with hunger, it beats logic for us to sit here in the House and discuss the situation of hunger in most of the parts of this country. If, Mr. Speaker, sir, I had a minute of making a decision, I could have diverted the money that we are using in Juba to feed the Kenyans who desperately need that food. And this, Mr. Speaker, sir, has been replicated over and over and over again. Just the other day, Mr. Speaker, sir, people of Nyandarua offered to transport their food, their surplus food that's going to waste, to other countries that are faced with hunger. Mr. Speaker, sir, and 110 kilos sack of carrots is selling at less than 50 shillings in Nyandarua. What we have in this country, Mr. Speaker, sir, is the distribution of the resources that we have. If, indeed, we as senators and the other class of politicians, including the governors, if we were committed to the cause of changing the destiny of this country, we would do it, Mr. Speaker. It needs us to put our heads together. It needs the governors to form, with the aid of the senators, to form economic blocs, because it does not come as a surprise. People from the same economic bloc, some may be faced with extreme hunger, while others are actually faced with surplus harvest. Post-harvest wastage in this country, Mr. Speaker, sir, in some regions goes to up to 95%. And these are some of the things that we need to look at. Mr. Speaker, sir, it has been said a lot. For the last 60 years, we have engaged in a lot of irrigation projects. I personally, when I was a contractor, I did a project in Lokishogyo, I did a project in Lokbai, I did a project in Kalemnyang, I did several projects in Turkana, irrigation projects. The common denominator that they all have is that they are fed by one river, River Takwel. When it goes dry, all these projects goes dry. What we need to change is the approach to technology. If we do not embrace water harvesting technologies, construction of mega dams that will be feeding back the rivers in dry seasons, we'll cry again for another 60 years. What we have also failed to do as a country, we have failed to embrace technology to make sure that we prolong the life expectancy of our harvest. Mr. Speaker, sir, save of maize, all the other fresh produce, within a couple of days, they go to waste. But we have seen countries like Holland that using shock freeze technology, they are able to preserve their foods for several months. We can do the same, Mr. Speaker, sir. But lack of political goodwill has seen us in this situation that we are today. To change the destiny of this country, Mr. Speaker, sir, we must relook at the way we allocate our resources. We must look at the ways that we define the functions of the government. We have a National Irrigation Authority mandated to do the irrigation and to increase production. However, we see that the Treasury does staff the board with money. Some of the money that's given to the county governments, if put together, Mr. Speaker, sir, in regional blocks, we would be able to come up with solutions that are viable, that can be implemented and can be of a long-term solution. But I think we have to relook at the functions that have been devolved and the way they can be able to achieve economies of scale. Irrigation projects, Mr. Speaker, sir, big dams, it would be unviable for any county government to do a large dam because it's too expensive. But 3, 4, 5 counties putting their resources together, Mr. Speaker, sir, this would be achievable. As I commend Senator Romain for this wonderful motion and timely, I would also think that we also must relook at where we stand, and we should also stop speaking double standards, arguing that the country is faced with hunger, whereas we are sending all our senators to Juba to go and have a good time, without any economic value to this country, that begs the question whether we really know the direction that we want to take. Mr. Speaker, sir, I support.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Mariam Omar Sheikh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank also the Senator for Turkana for bringing this motion. I rise to support the motion. Mr. Speaker, thank you for allowing me to give my views on the issue of drought. I have personally experienced the story of Turkana. Has it too close to my home as estimated 3.5 billion people. That is 20% of population of Assal area were classified to have acute food insecurity. Counties most affected is Mandera, Turkana, Wajir, Garissa, Samburu, Isiolo, and these areas are prominently pastoralist livelihoods. Mr. Speaker, I bring to your attention the current drought situation in Mandera, and it is resident. I speak from where I am now. The current reports from Mandera County and other affected ongoing droughts are struggling to cope with the accumulative consequences of other shocks like COVID-19 pandemic and locust evasion, and at least almost 1.5 livestock, which pastoralists rely on, have died currently. And the most affected is children, and children's affected their nutritions, their malnutritions, and our mothers are also experiencing malnutrition, especially those who are lactating mothers and pregnant mothers. Mr. Speaker, the situation is worsened by the fact that the families are separated as men, move without remaining livestock to, Mr. Speaker, men as a pastoralist, they move from their counties to the nearest counties to look for pastoralists, to look for pastures and water, leaving behind the family, mothers and children. And leaving behind mothers and children to go for, these guys go for the nearby counties like Kitui, and also looking for water and pastoralists in the nearest countries like Somalia and Ethiopia. As we speak, our candidates must sit for national examinations despite the situations where basic needs are not available for them. Mr. Speaker, children going for schools cannot go to school due to lack of food and water. It is my worry that, Mr. Speaker, as it even the country brings the discussion of the issue of regarding GMOs and GMO food for the people of these counties, affected counties, may not even about the many others. It is about what they cannot eat now, because they don't have luxuries of thinking whether it is GMO or organic, because they need food so that they go to school And it is very sad that it is happening to us repetitively in the 20th centuries, when we are embarrassing discussions on technicals and sustainable and food security, yet finding solution to the situation seems impossible. Mr. Speaker, Kenya is not the only affected by the climate change. So we have, Mr. Speaker, we believe that we need to rebuild resilience of the community of Asal area, Asal region of Kenya, and also emergency respond alone will not end the cycle of hunger. While addressing urgent needs, we are settling the foundation for it is sufficient. Mr. Speaker, more effort must be done by national government and county government, and also private sectors, not forgetting also humanitarian and developing countries, development groups, to support long-term food security, livelihood, and resilient plan. Mr. Speaker, measures must include investment in a strategic grassroots food systems and communities to sustainable achieve food economic securities. Mr. Speaker, we need also coordinate support with organizations that are providing emergency and especially in the hard to reach areas, in the rich areas. Mr. Speaker, also we need to respond to food security emergency for the most vulnerable people living in the Asal areas. Mr. Speaker, clear information shares and tracking the mechanism must be put in place between the county government department and humanitarian actors. Mr. Speaker, some NGOs are giving out some food, but now they're asking for birth certificates and ID for accountability of their food. And now maybe we campaign also organize to ensure that all people in need access the information, the necessary documents. Measures also should be put in place for those who cannot access services due to lack of these civil documents like ID and birth certificate. Lastly also, Mr. Speaker, we should learn from other countries that have mitigated drought. Mr. Speaker, to finalize, we need this GMO rightly, because our people need food right now, because we cannot differentiate. We need food so that our kids go to schools, do their national examinations. So we really, because we cannot, other counties doesn't have these drought issues. So let's now, national government come in, our president to declare national drought disaster, so that these people can be supported fully. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Miraj Abdurrahman.
Asante Bwana Spika kwa kuweza kunipa fursa hii na mimi niweze kuchangia. Ningependa kuiunga mkono hoja hii ya seneta mwenzetu Na nipende kusema kwamba ni kinaya kwamba miaka 60 baada ya Kenya kujikwamua kutoka kwenye minyororo ya bepari, tunaongelea masuala ya ukame na ukosefu wa lishe ya kutosha ndani ya taifa letu. Na nikikaa hapa nikisikiza wenzangu wakijadili mswada huu, nimeona kwamba tuna tatizo, na tatizo hili tumekuwa tukilikwepa kwa muda, kwa sababu ukame haujaanza leo wala hautaisha leo. Na nimekaa hapa nikapitiwa na taswira moja iliyotokea kule jijini London mwaka wa 1952. Wenyewe waliita the Great Smog of London, wakati wa Prime Minister Winston Churchill. Kulikuwa na mabadiliko ya hewa ambayo yalikaa kwa muda wa siku 4 mfululizo na kuua watu 10,000 kwa muda wa hizo siku 4. Na ilikuwa wazi kwamba Prime Minister wakati huo aliweza kupata stakabadhi na kupawa maagizo ya kwamba kuna mabadiliko ya tabia ya nchi ambayo yangeleta yale madhara. Lakini aliamua kuichukua ile ripoti na kuiweka chini, na hatimaye yale madhara yaliwafikia watu wa jiji la London. Tuko katika taswira sawia hapa Kenya na katika ulimwengu mzima. Tumefumbia macho masuala ya mabadiliko ya nchi. Tunaweka lawama na kutaka kutibu dalili za maradhi na kuyakwepa maradhi. Maradhi ambayo tuko nayo ulimwengu ni mzima ni kwamba kuna mabadiliko ya mwenendo wa ulimwengu vile unavyokwenda. Na jinsi tunavyojadili hapa ndani, kuna chembe za chuki za kila mtu kutaka kuvuta upande wake, na tunapovuta sana itakatika katikati na hakuna faida tutakaopata sisi sote. Wenye kupanda mahindi wanavutia upande wao, wenye mifugo ambayo inakufa wanavutia upande wao. Mimi nasimama hapa kama Mkenya, na ningependa kulizungumzia bunge hili kama Wakenya sote. Sio ile bilioni 1 waliopewa wale wa Meru kuweza kuongeza faida ya miraa yao, wala sio kejeli wale ambao wamepoteza familia na hata mifugo yao katika hali kama hii. Ningependa tuliangalie swala hili kama Wakenya ambao tutaenda kuangamia kwa sababu tu ya kutaka kuonekana kwenye televisheni zetu ya kwamba tunatetea gatuzi ambazo tumetoka. Hili janga ambalo limetukodolea macho ni janga la kimataifa, na ni sharti tuchukue mwelekeo ambao utaleta suluhu ya kudumu. Juma lililopita nilikuwa kule mashinani na nimeanza kampeni yangu ya kupanda miti milioni 1 katika mkoa wa Pwani, kwa sababu nina imani ya kwamba mvua ya kutosha itakaponyesha katika taifa la Kenya, hakutakuwa na haya matatizo ya watu wa North Eastern kupigana na wenzao wa Kitui kwa sababu wanatafuta lishe ya mifugo yao. Nina imani ya kwamba wale ambao wamekufa kule Turkana na ile mifugo inaweza kupitishwa kwa njia ya rahisi kwenda kwenye mahali penye afueni ambako kuna chakula cha kuweza kulisha mifugo yao. Leo kila mtu analinda gatuzi yake kwa sababu hakuna lishe ya kutosha kwa kila mtu Kenya, na sio watu wa Turkana pekee. Tukiangalia speech ambayo ilizungumzwa na rais wetu tukifungua hili bunge la 14, alizungumzia masuala ya ushirikiano baina ya serikali yetu na mashirika ambayo si ya kiserikali ili kuweza kuleta irrigation. Hata alitaja masuala ya Turkana. Kwa hivyo ningependa tuipatie nafasi serikali iweze kuweka mikakati ya kudumu na sio kupeana directive ya pesa kadhaa ziende mahali kadhaa na hazitatoa suluhu. Tumekuwa tukipokea pesa chungu nzima kutoka kwa mashirika yasiyo ya kiserikali ili kuweza kusaidia hii hali ya ukame, lakini tunaona baadhi ya watu wakitajirika kutokamana na misaada hii, lakini bado tunaendelea kukosa mifugo na wananchi wetu wanaendelea kufa. Hakuna kiasi cha fidia kinaweza kuregesha roho za ndugu zetu ambao tumewapoteza kwa sababu ya ukame. Hakuna kiwango cha fidia kinachoweza kuregesha mifugo ambao tumeipoteza kwa sababu ya ukame. Bali ipo haja ya sisi kama Wakenya, wajumbe tulioko hapa, kuzungumza kwa kauli moja. Tuweke na tuwache kujificha nyuma ya ufisadi. Ufisadi ama kansa ambayo inatuangamiza sisi kama Wakenya ni ukabila. Tuwacheni kuja kwenye hili bunge kila mtu akivutia upande wa gatuzi yake, akivutia upande wa region yake. Tumepewa appointment za mawaziri. Ningependa rais aweze kusisitiza yale maneno aliwaambia ya kwamba hakuwapa watu wizara ndio waende wasaidie jamii zao. Aliwapa watu hizi ofisi ili waende kuleta marekebisho na kuleta suluhu ya kudumu katika taifa letu la Kenya. Kenya ina wasomi, Kenya ina maji ya kutosha, Kenya ina nguvu kazi ambayo inatosheleza sisi kuweza kupata manufaa yale ambao tunachengana humu kwa humu kwa sababu hatutaki kukabiliana na donda sugu la ukabila. Tusimameni hapa ndani ya hili bunge na tuzungumze kama Wakenya ambao tunataka kuleta suluhu katika taifa yetu ya Kenya. Kwa hayo mengi ya mama chache, ningependa ichukuliwe kwa haraka hatua, kila mtu aweze kupanda miti katika gatuzi yake, kwa sababu chakula cha kutosha kikipatikana Mombasa, chakula cha kutosha kikipatikana Kwale, hakuna mtu atakufa Samburu kwa sababu ya ukame. Tutaweza kusaidiana na kile chakula kitapatikana. Napenda kuipongeza na kumpongeza ndugu yangu, lakini nasema tena na narejelea, tusikubali kutibu matokeo ya maradhi. Tuweni wepesi. Afadhali tuchukue muda, lakini tutibu maradhi, tumalizane nao kwa ukamilifu. Asante.
Asante Senator. Senator Peris Tobiko.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I see I arise at a time that almost looks like we are going towards conclusion of the session, Mr. Speaker. I don't know how much I will have covered in 3 minutes. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, let me congratulate the Honorable Senator Lomenen from Turkana for this very timely motion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as you know, for the last almost 2 months we have been in this house, Mr. Speaker. We have been speaking about drought time and again in all regions, in various regions, Mr. Speaker, that are affected. Mr. Speaker, the entire Kenya knows the suffering, the consequences of drought in Turkana and in many other counties, Mr. Speaker. The situation in Turkana has been highlighted by the media, the mainstream media, Mr. Speaker, and we have seen children who cannot walk because of hunger. Mr. Speaker, we have seen livestock that have been lost, not just in Turkana, not just in the northern Kenya regions, but all affected counties, more than 20 counties, Mr. Speaker, Kajiado included, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have faced, I think, the worst time in like more than 40 years in this country, Mr. Speaker, of drought, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have listened to various speakers in this house today, and I almost felt like I may not be able to speak to this debate because it's emotional for some of us, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the morning hours, I was in my county, and I was a bit late to come to this house because of trying to address the situation of drought in our counties, Mr. Speaker. And my dear sister, the Senator Miraj from Mombasa, has spoken with very good Swahili and like a good Kenyan. But I will tell my sister, it's not that, the farmers from the north, from those counties that have food surplus are pulling the rope towards their side, or those of us from the drought-stricken counties are pulling it towards our sides. But it begs, we have questions more than answers, Mr. Speaker. What happens to that Kenya, which is 70% arid, that Kenya in the peripheral counties, that Kenya that has the livestock? And yes, we will ask and ask again when we see Mira farmers being, compensated or boosted by the national government, and we have lost livestock. Our AFC loans have not been written off. We have seen coffee farmers being sorted out of the situation when the need arises. And yes, we will continue asking for our counties, Mr. Speaker, because it is the right of our people as Kenyans.
Senator, I will interrupt you there. Honorable Senators, this is a timed motion which is to last 3 hours. There is a balance of 1 more hour on the motion. When the motion is on the order paper again tomorrow, we shall resume. Senator Tobiko, you will have 11 more minutes to continue with your contribution on the motion tomorrow. Honorable Senators, it is now 6:30 p.m., time to adjourn the House. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until tomorrow, Thursday, 1st December 2022 at 2:30 p.m. Thank you.